And we are live.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Rollingwood Planning and Zoning Commission. Due to weather and other events, this is the first one we've had in a while. So I want to thank everybody for their time tonight. We've actually got a pretty decent sized agenda in front of us. So I think we just dive in and get going on it. Couple things of note after we go through roll call and public comments. We are going to step into an executive session to just talk about a few rules, and we'll allow staff to manage that executive session. Then we're going to come back into public hearing on the plats. We plan to take each plat individually as one agenda item, go into public hearing, close public hearing, discuss it, and take any possible action on it. We'll then talk about our consent agenda and our regular agenda after that. So we figure we'll move the plats to the front to allow those who are attending for that reason to not have to wait a long time. Okay, why don't we go ahead and do a roll call? I don't know how we want to run that. I can see who I can see. How about all members, starting with Tony, can just kind of say here and present, and I'll start, or I'll finish. So Tony, do you want to go first?
Sure. Tony Stein's present.
Mike Rhodes present.
Amy Rodnick present.
And Jordan Scott as chair is present as well. Okay, thank you all. Are there any comments from the public for items that are not on the agenda? To signify that you'd like to, you can press the little raise your hand icon at the bottom of your Zoom page. If you're on the phone, I think it's *6. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ashley.
I think it's maybe it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, it'll get us there. Any items from the public that they wish to discuss in front of planning and zoning tonight that are not on our agenda?
Jordan, I'd just like to acknowledge that our new member, Michael Hall, is here.
Oh, very good. Well, then let's, he's sworn in, so he's a member of the commission, correct?
Yeah, Michael Hall present.
Okay, fantastic. We will add you to the roll.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And I think we have some time a little bit later in the meeting for you get to play 20 questions with us. So we need to know your sign. We only allow Sagittarius and Aries on this thing, so all that good stuff. All right, moving on. Hearing no public comments, we're going to step into executive session for a moment. So I appreciate staff helping us do that digitally.
I have set up a break room and I will assign the members right now. So bear with me.
Okay.
Amber, are you going in on this one? You are muted. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll go in.
Okay. Let me see if I can do that. Amber, I'm working on it. I'm having issues getting
No
you over
worries.
there. I've made you a co-host if that helps getting you in there. I'm trying to send you over there.
Ashley, can you get my phone? This is Megan
Oh,
for
absolutely.
audio.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No worries. Okay. And you're at the 960.
Yes, ma'am.
Mike, I'm sorry. I just had you sent over there.
We are back in our regular session. Did everybody make it back? Everybody hit leave room and not leave the meeting, right? We got Michael, Amy, Mike. Anybody see Tony?
I'm here.
Okay, I see Tony. All right, perfect. Okay, well then we are going to dive into our public hearings. Just a reminder to everybody again, we will take each one of these individually. So we will open a public hearing. We will then close the public hearing. We'll then go into discussion. During the public hearing is a chance to hear from the applicant. That is a chance for anybody who wishes to speak about this can speak. Once we close public hearing, any discussion will be at the behest of the commissioners, and not really a chance for anyone to jump in. And just know that you can be invited to speak by a commissioner or by me as chair or by staff if we want it. But right now, public hearing is the chance for anybody who wishes to discuss it will have their time in public hearing. So let's go ahead and open up at 6:18 p.m. according to my clock. Public hearing discuss on the plat related to 205 Ashworth Drive. Is there anyone from the public that would like to discuss this plat? If so, signify by raising your hand. All right. Last chance for anybody who wants to have anything to say about 205 Ashworth. All right. If I missed you, please just get our attention. But at this point, we're going to bring public comments to a close at 6:19. And we'll open up our regular session and discussion. I think generally, the first question I'm going to have for Carrie is this plat in conformance with the requirements of the city of Rollingwood?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
This was an unplatted lot. They're just wanting to record a plat for the purpose of new construction.
Okay. The only question I had on this particular plat was that we've got a 10-foot PUE wrapping the entire lot. Is that normal for us? Do we put public utility easements on both sides of the lot?
It's normal to have a PUE on each side and across the rear.
Okay. That was my only question that I've got. Do any of the other commissioners have questions? And you don't need to raise your hand. You can just unmute and ask it if you have a question. All right, hearing none then. Do we have a motion from the commission for action on 205 Ashworth on the plat?
I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion approved from Michael Rhodes. Is there a second?
I'll second. Tony.
Okay, motion approved from Michael, second from Tony Stein. Any further discussion regarding the motion? All right, hearing none, we're going to bring it to a roll call vote. Amy?
Yes.
Okay, Michael Hall,
Yes.
Tony Stein,
Yes.
and Michael Rhodes.
Yes.
And Jordan Scott is a yes. Motion to approve the plat for 205 Ashworth passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to number 5, we will open up public hearing regarding 104 Riley Road at 621. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this plat application? If so, please raise your hand. I see that Steve has raised his hand.
Hey, Jordan, what if
Yes, ma'am.
I offered some clarifications regarding the documents first, and then allowed Steve to speak, just so that y'all know what you're looking at? Would that be all right?
I don't know procedurally, once we've opened up public session, if that makes sense, or if we should do that as part of our discussion. This is a chance for anybody in the public who wants to talk on this. I don't know if you're considered public or staff. Why don't we hear what Steve has to say and potentially Chris, and then the floor will be yours. Is that okay?
It's just fine.
Okay, we'll go with that. Steve, I saw your hand first, so the floor is yours.
Okay, this is Steve Siliuson. I'm the civil engineer on the project. So I would suggest that Chris Waters opens with a statement, but I would also suggest, if you can, to let Carrie actually do what she suggested and introduce some of this project, because it is a bit complicated. And then that might give you some insight. I'll describe in what she says. And then I would actually like to be able to answer any questions you all have after describing the project.
Okay. Chris, he's ceding the floor to you. Why don't you go ahead?
Chris, you're muted.
I'm gonna
Hi, guys. My name's Chris Waters. I'm the owner of 104 Riley. I bought the property in January of 2020. I've been working over the past, I guess, 14, 15 months now. I'm sorry, you might hear my 4-year-old trying to break the door down. Hey, Eva, hang on one second, sweetie. Gotta love Zoom. This is amazing. I'm so sorry.
Oh, these are great times.
You gotta give me a minute. I'm so sorry. I can't not right now. I'm so sorry, guys.
Not a problem.
Oh, I need a minute, okay? Give me just a minute, all right?
Chris, if you'd like, I could try and hold her in contempt or something like that. I don't, maybe I should give her the floor.
I got another one for you, don't worry. So anyways, I bought the property from an owner in January of 2020, and went through a title company, bought title insurance, all that good stuff. When I bought the property, it was 2 lots. It's my understanding the previous owner bought the tract behind it that was previously owned by the city of Rollingwood. And so for anybody that's driven past the property, it's got some topography challenges. It slopes quite a bit downward. And I guess over the past 20, 30 years, not a lot's been done to help preserve the lot. There's been some, pretty considerable soil erosion over the last however long. And so for the last, I guess, 14, 15 months, I've been working with Steve, who's on the call. I've also been working with a landscape architect named Adam Barb, who's a professor at the University of Texas, and also with Patrick Mackey, he's an architect. And we've been trying to build a single family home that preserves the lot itself. And Steve's, I think, done a great job putting some things in place to try to preserve the property, prevent soil erosion, things of that nature. And we've kind of designed the house to take advantage of the the unique character of the property. So I guess I'll go ahead and hand it off to Steve, if you'd kind of like to talk about what you've done to preserve the track, and the reason we're here today obviously is to try to replat those 2 lots into one. Take it away, Steve.
Well, and Steve, before you take it away, let me just ask real quick, is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak on this besides Steve and Chris as applicants? If you would like to, if you're a member of the public who would like to speak on this, please hit *9, we think it is, on your phone, or raise your hand. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public session then on this application at 6:26 and resume regular session. Steve, you had asked that Carrie get a chance to take us through some of this. Are we good with Carrie And then going back to Steve. Steve, you're muted if you're, I'm gonna assume you're saying yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely good with that. If that
Okay.
can't happen, I'm more than happy to jump in though.
We're in regular session, so we have more flexibility. So Carrie, the mic is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll just walk you through a little bit of history on this. I was originally approached by Steve with the document that's titled in the packet, Riley Road 104 proposed plat, which was, as they say, to adjoin the two lots. There were some administrative issues as far as completeness with it. And we had to do some title work in order to investigate the reserve lot that they're trying to combine. So you'll see I issued an original letter of denial regarding that first document. And my plat review that is included in your packet also recommends denial. Yesterday morning, I received the document that is entitled Final Plat, New Version 2. So if I could get everybody to, if you're looking with me to look at that document. That document addresses my initial concerns and my initial review comments. And my initial review comments included the rear setback, some drainage notes, some survey ties, and then again, there were some concerns about title. I have since yesterday, I've received a chain of title documents. The engineer is reviewing this new plat along with the drainage analysis that Mr. Sillison has drawn up. And I see, based on this, I did not have time to do a formal written review between then and now, but having reviewed this document yesterday afternoon and today, I view this as being eligible for conditional approval. I would have the approval conditional of our attorneys reviewing the chain of title and making sure they don't see any issues there. Our engineer reviewing the drainage details as far as the plat. And then there is on the north side and across the rear, we do require in the code public utility easements in that buildings, in those building setbacks. So I would request that those be added. But as far as my review, this appears to be administratively complete other than that item, and then just dotting our T's and crossing our I's legally with all the documents that we've received. That's all I've got.
Okay. Any questions at this time for Carrie? I have one, and I'm not going to stand a ceremony of raising hands to the commissioners. If y'all have a question, just unmute and ask it. You just mentioned lack of PUEs on this. Sorry, I'm trying to find it again. Here we go. A lack of PUE to the north, but what about a PUE to the south? Or am I missing that?
So there is a 15-foot designated easement along the entire.
South line. Okay, that's the 15-foot DE. Okay,
Yes,
okay. So that could serve as a public utility easement. Okay.
yes.
I found it strange. Now we've got a 15-foot easement, which effectively serves as a 15-foot setback. But we say a building line of 10 feet, 10-foot setback. Is that something that was there previously existing, or are they asking for 10-foot building lines on both of those, but then don't plan to build in the easement?
Well, there would be ordinarily a 10-foot building setback line with a minimum of 25 feet between structures. That 15-foot drainage easement, there's a ravine there, and so they would not be able to build across that drainage easement, but they could do something in that drainage easement. They could make improvements there.
Okay, so the rule is 25 feet between structures, not 25 feet of easements. Is that my understanding?
That's correct. It's 25 feet between structures for fire flow.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the commission? I do have one, but want to give everybody a chance to take a hard look at this.
Can you all explain note 6 on the, I mean, I guess it's a flood zone. I mean, I guess that's just an unbuildable area. It is what it is.
This is Steve. Do you all want me to answer that question?
Sure.
Okay. The flood zone is actually the 500-year flood zone. It's not a regulated FEMA floodplain because it's the 500-year zone X, and it's not a zone A, E, or an A. So when you look at the FEMA map, this zone appears, and so the surveyor added it to this plat. In all honesty, we discovered yesterday that it was the 500-year zone and 500-year floodplain and not the 100-year. So we're in the process of removing that line from this proposed plat.
Okay.
Number 2, that is one of the primary reasons why I want our engineers, Kate Breeze, to be able to look at this. The site does have a lot of topography. And so I would want them to work with Steve to make sure that everything on there is correct. So, and they have not had time to look at that yet since yesterday.
Well, and generally, I mean, the city catches that at building permit mostly anyways, right?
Correct. Whatever structures they propose will still have to meet our drainage criteria manual.
Yeah. Okay.
Along those same lines, I see a note in here that says drainage easement per separate instrument after construction. What is the drainage easement to be named later that we're contemplating here?
Okay, well, let me kind of give a general overview of what we've tried to accomplish here, and I'll get to that detail in a little bit. This lot both these lots have proposed a lot of challenges from an engineering standpoint, in the sense that we get water from Riley Road that crosses the existing single family lot in the ravine. And there really was no easement dedicated for that public water to cross the single family lot, lot 3, in, and call it a legal manner. The plat was done in 1956, and the reserve tract that's west of the single family lot, I believe it was drawn up originally in 56 for the purposes of the drainage easement that goes across it. It's a 12-foot drainage easement. But with the size of the actual drainage path down there, the whole lot is almost inundated when the flows cross it. Part of my package, or part of the design I've done, is I've done a drainage area study of how much water actually gets to that reserve tract, and it was 33 acres of water. And it comes down through the culvert that crosses Hatley Road, and then it also, and then goes between, or just west of lot 4, and then it also comes down Riley Road and gets into the ravine. So one of the challenges or things that we've been trying to do with this particular project is to capture the Riley Road public water and direct it around the south of the lot in that 15-foot drainage easement. And then bring it around to the back reserved tract where the future dedicated easement that has that note will be dedicated. So we're really trying to improve the entire drainage situation for the city from its current condition and how it was contemplated and platted back in 1956. And we're proposing a rather large piping system that will fit in that 15-foot drainage easement that goes along the south of the property and then brings it into what will be the west side of the combined lots. So I really do think that we've worked very hard and diligently to basically improve everything out here, and thus utilize more of the topography and areas for the architectural design of the single family home that we're proposing. As Chris mentioned, we have Adam Barr as a landscape architect, and his work seems very fantastic to me. But one of the issues that we have is he doesn't know the size of the boulders he's going to be able to purchase, the size of the landscape features he's going to put in when he tries to get back there and do his work. One of the things we know that we're proposing will be a bit of a retaining wall that will be at the back of the lot. And because we don't know the exact proposed location of that, and the landscape architect is going to fit that into the topography and into the landscaping and to the land itself, that's the reason we're proposing the drainage easement to be dedicated after construction. We will come do an as-built survey when the wall and everything is in place, so that the proposed drainage easement will accurately be dedicated only on the west side of that wall. I would hate to create a drainage easement now with the plat and then put constraints on the landscape architecture when he's out there performing his magic.
And I will clarify that we have an existing, it's a little hard to see on this plat, but there's a curved drainage easement that moves across the reserved lot that's 12 feet wide. That is existing and that is remaining per this.
And our proposed drainage easement will just be much wider and much larger than that one. And again, just to remedy the whole situation that occurs with 33 acres of water going down the back of the lot. A 12-foot drainage easement just isn't enough to contain that much water.
There are additional questions from the commission for our applicant. Any questions from the commission for city staff about their recommendation? I get a lot of heartburn over an easement to be named later. A lot of heartburn over it. I recognize the goal to design and to have, but, and this is through no fault of y'all, it is through the fault of bad actors who have come before, who made promises to the city that have ended in lawsuits between neighbors. So I really truly hesitate to create something that may cause neighbors to be at neighbors' throats involving the city at some point in the future. And I'm not even talking about you got your team. I'm talking about the team that comes next, the team a few, years out. So, I mean, we've already seen the issue of what happened 50 years ago when they platted this and didn't put an easement for what was clearly a ravine, exfiltrating 33 acres of water through somebody's lot. They just went ahead and platted it and did not get the easement on it then. I don't know if I want to make that same mistake now. I could very well see that an easement is in place to get the building permit, meaning everybody, engineers, city engineers, your engineering team, Chris, that everybody's in agreement, and that's when you go to build, and that the design is required to be in place rather than, well, we could find these boulders. And that's something all of us in development understand, is that we got to build to these specifications. We got to go find the things that can build to this specification, or it's a negotiation to then change later on. But you're pretty much at that point saying, this is what we commit to when you build out. I don't know the appetite of the rest of the commission for that type of condition to this. In that, and I don't even know if the plat process is an appropriate place in which to contemplate that. Megan, you might be able to help us out with that, of whether or not drainage easements can be in place in order to receive a building permit.
They can be done different ways. So yes, they can be done this way. It's up to, I guess, Carrie, I would say it's up to you. Is it typically up to you guys to have that determination as to when it has to be in place before anything else moves forward?
My 2 cents on this is that I agree with Jordan. It does give me heartburn to have a future possible easement that we're not guaranteed. The other side of that is the easement, which is original to that 1956 subdivision plat, which is in your packet if you want to look at it. It is titled Rolling Original RW Section 1 Subdivision Plat. You'll see this curved line across that reserved tract. It notes that 12 feet. That is what we have right now, and we are not giving that up with this plat. So it's really up to the commission to make that decision.
So Mike, I'm curious, what is the intention around this western wall? Is it to build it up to the easternmost border of the current 12-foot drainage easement? And across, so building across the PUEs, or, why do it later, I guess, is the question. Are you trying to, get as close as you can to that and then get the meets and bounds for it, or what?
Well, the real reason why we're trying to do it was to really give flexibility to the landscape architect when he's out there. The wall, the purpose of the wall will be hold back the detention, because our improvements are going to increase the impervious cover on the existing site. And so we're going to need detention ponds. We're also going to need water quality ponds that I'm working with TCEQ on. So the wall itself is, the purpose of it was to separate the on-site water quality and detention ponds from the actual drainage channel water that's flowing past on the west side. There's gonna have to be some separation.
Right, I understand, I guess, but so, I mean, where are you wanting to build the wall? Is it, how far west do you want to push it?
In all honesty, I don't know if Carrie had put that in the packages of my design, but it's pretty close to what is the property line that is being erased. So if you see that pivot point around, or where the two lots, where the line that separates the existing two lots comes to that pivot point that's at the northwest corner, the wall will be approximately in that area, but it's got a curve to it. It's not just a straight wall. The landscape architect has some ideas. The last thing I don't know, Carrie put in the package, I sent her an exhibit of the drainage easement that we were proposing a couple weeks ago, a shaded area. But I also don't want this to be something that would give you heartburn, quite honestly. If you want us to dedicate the easement now, we will. The only real issue would be then we kind of have to keep the wall right on the face of the easement line. And it takes some of the landscape flexibility away from the landscape architect. That's truly the only reason, but by no means were we trying to encroach or minimize the drainage easement or the area of the west side of this tract for the 100-year flow that goes through and across the 33 acres that goes across. I mean, truly.
So Carrie, I guess then, or whoever, the reason we're getting this new easement, or the city is getting it, is because to accommodate the real volume through the channel, through the new channel. So we're going to match that to your calcs, and that's why it's getting bigger.
Correct. The existing 12-inch or 12-foot drainage easement, with the shape of the existing channel, if you go look at it, the erosion probably spreads out 20-25 feet wide. And we're doing some channel improvements, I don't want to say making a meandering channel, but the landscape architect has some designs where he's putting in some boulders. They want to put in a little flat area along the west side. However, all of the flow that we're proposing will be contained in the drainage easement. And I'm being very honest, it was for the flexibility of the landscape architect. And it does kind of follow what would have been the existing property line that we're trying to erase.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional questions from Michael, Tony, or Amy?
Hey, Jordan,
Yes,
this is Sarah. Can I ask a
Sarah.
question?
please.
I'm curious what the proposed design, if it changes the flow of water across properties on the north side of the channel? Like, does it change the flow of water across properties that are not belonging to this owner?
I understand that the answer is no. By state law, that's why we are placing detention ponds on this site. My study that I have provided in the drainage report quantifies what the existing amount of water is that flows downstream of our site, and our proposed improvements will be detained on what will be the east side of the proposed wall, and the released amount will be equal to what the existing site released or contributed to the main channel. And so therefore, the water that exits downstream will be equal to or less than what is in the existing condition.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned so much about the water coming off of your property as I am about the water that is coming under the culvert on Hatley and going down there. Are you changing the water that is coming into the channel? And
No,
the flow
no,
of that by putting up the retaining wall that you're talking about?
no, the retaining wall is basically on the western side of our ravine that crosses our property. We're minimizing any work in the main drainage channel from the Hatley culvert that goes to the north side of our site. And in discussions with the landscape architect, his intentions are to keep it as natural as possible.
Okay. And my other comment, Jordan, is that to me, the drainage easement is for the protection of the city, not for the convenience of the landscape architect. So I share your concern about granting this without an easement in place.
Well, the reality is there is an easement in place. It's the existing easement. We just want to dedicate a larger, wider easement to accommodate what are the calculated flows for the tributary 33 acres. And as I said, if you want us to set a solid easement with the plat, I'm sure we would be more than willing to do that.
I'm no expert, despite having been on council when the drainage manual was created. It seems to me we have a couple options, as you said. Do it now during the plat where we have the least visibility on what may or may not happen because we don't actually have a building in place. We could do this prior to allowing building permits, which gives us greater visibility about what's planned to be in place. As any of us who have ever built, we know that changes happen in the 16 months to 3 years it takes to build something in Rollingwood. No offense to people around me. So it can take a while and changes happen. So it's not guaranteed by any means. And then we have what I understand the applicant's saying, which is once we've designed it and built it and are comfortable, we'll then dedicate easement after the fact. It seems to me the middle path may be the easiest. There's risk on both sides. Nash, are you on? Sorry. He's texting me. Yeah, there he is. Okay.
Hey
Well,
guys, I'm on. Sorry,
Okay,
I thought
record show-
this started at 7. I apologize.
No problem. We'll let the record show that Commissioner Nash is here 4 minutes early in his mind at 6:56. So my take on it is this middle path may be the easiest way. There's a little bit of risk to the city. There's a little bit of risk to the applicant. It strikes me that there's still a lot of room for negotiation between now and then. What the city's concerned about is that our engineers in 2020, not 1951, sign off on it, knowing that for the next 50 years, this is probably going to be what dictates water flow through that particular portion of our city. And again, we're just trying, my goal here is to ensure neighbors in 2050 or 2075 aren't bent out of shape about water flows because of decisions we made today. So if I had a recommendation, I would say, let's make the building permit contingent upon a drainage easement being dedicated with a drainage plan approved. And that, to as much of an extent as possible, that easement should be able to encompass any imagined or potential changes that may happen with impervious coverage during the build. I know that's not necessarily perfect, but I suspect y'all have the room to be able to do that. Carrie, are you comfortable with that?
I think that's a question for Megan.
Well, I was going to ask her next.
My question to Megan was, could the commission approve a preliminary plat and then, but require a final plat to come back that would have the drainage plans
Okay.
after a building review?
You could this has not been submitted as a preliminary plat. I guess that would be up to the applicant, but the city could consider that if that was a route the applicant chose to go, and knowing that there might be a potential of the plat not being approved as is without that identified drainage. Or I'm sorry, identified easement.
As it is noticed right now, noticed as a replat, could that action be taken, or would it have to come back?
There's not any, I'm double checking the statute. I don't believe there's any provision for a preliminary for a replat. Thank you for pointing that out, that this was a replat and not a full plat. So if the consideration was approval with conditions, can we get an estimate on a time frame for that condition?
I feel that the engineers could probably review this in the next 2 weeks ahead of the city council meeting and offer a recommendation for city council.
Certainly, and that's a good way that it can be addressed as well. If it's approved with conditions at P&Z moving forward, and that is one of those conditions, then we've got that time frame before it comes before council. And they as well can approve with conditions if anything has changed or has not changed that is satisfactory.
So can we put the condition related to a building permit being issued based upon an easement being issued?
Thank you. I would hesitate to say that you can do it conditioned on a separate permit. The conditions really need to be tied to this document being in conformance.
Okay.
So I don't think so.
So that takes away our ability to give that. It sounds like the easement either has to be now or the city has to agree to take one later. Is that correct? And by now, I mean, engineers look at it, see the drainage that's coming through, request an easement that fits the imagined drainage plan. Okay. Now the applicant has the ability to delay the process if they want to get further clarification, if they need further clarification on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just a quick question. Can we not just have the applicant put a plat note that says a building permit is subject to an easement? Is that not acceptable? And then, accomplish what Jordan's suggesting. And give them the flexibility to work through it while they're doing their plans.
I'm gonna ask, I guess, Carrie, to put a plat note on there for, which contains a condition for the building permit. I would say, I guess it's enforceable. I'm just not sure how easily enforceable it is for city staff or for the city to process that.
Sarah, didn't we put
Carrie,
a
do you-
plat note? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Megan.
No, I was just gonna ask her, go ahead.
I was gonna say,
I have not seen that before.
Sarah, wasn't there a plat note for a 1-story requirement on a lot that we put in? If she's still on.
I am, yeah, and I think, I don't remember if it's a plat note or if it was just a representation or an agreement, but they didn't put in a 1-story house.
I think we renegotiated later on and allowed 2 stories. Well,
Plat notes in the past
Yeah.
that were related to individual homeowners where someone who had owned 2 lots put a note on a lot that they owned that you could not build over a certain height. However, that's a civil matter. It's not a city matter in that situation. That's how we've looked at that in the past, but I've not seen a plat note that involved the city in this particular way. I don't really have an opinion on it. If y'all are comfortable approving this conditionally, I think we can work through it. If you're not comfortable with it, we can get them back in here next month and we can have those PUEs added and maybe that will have given the applicant time to do some more work on the drainage design. It's up to y'all.
And I would agree with the same on the legal question regarding whether or not we can put a plat note conditioning that a building permit issuance in the future on that dedication. We could certainly have that question answered before it comes before council.
This is Steve. May I ask a question?
I was just about to ask a question of Chris, but yeah, go ahead.
Would it be a possibility to tie the easement to a certificate of occupancy?
Good question.
I mean, that's what they typically do with the city of Austin when something like this is proposed, is they won't let anybody in the structure until all the easements are dedicated and in place. But I truly don't know if with your building permit process, you actually issue a certificate of occupancy or not.
You issue certificates of occupancy.
Yeah, and my curiosity is whether or not that's part of the city of Austin's platting process or if that's part of the building process. I'm looking, Chris, I'm looking to get you the flexibility you want, because I understand that things change between the start and end, and in some ways this is going to be in your hands. Do you want to pull? Do you want to wait? Do you want to try to get more time to design? I realize it's already been a year plus of design energy and effort.
I mean, we're proposing it, enlarging the easement, which is typically, from a property owner, that would be a crazy idea to enlarge an easement. So, I mean, we are, diligently working to, take the information we've collected and, preserve the integrity of the property and be mindful of the properties surrounding us. And the drainage plan that Steve put together, I believe, he's not only improving this property, but he's also improving the neighboring properties with the detention pond. And so, you know, I mean, I think what we're proposing is, you know, in the best interest of the neighbors and the property I own. So I understand the risk from your perspective, but we're not asking for the utility easement to be minimized. Actually, we're proposing it's going to be increased, which seems advantageous to the city. So, I mean, my goal is obviously to get this, at this point, to get this done as soon as possible, given the amount of time, energy, and resources we put into, you know, making this a property that's going to, you know, improve the city of Rollingwood and the surrounding neighbors.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is it's in your interest to grant an easement to, you'd be fine with a conditional approval upon you all granting an easement for city council to review, to proceed with the plat. That's the fastest, most expedient way for you to get a plat and move on into the building process. In my estimation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I need to go back to the landscape architect and tell him, hey, you're going to have to just do your best to figure this out on the fly while you're working on the job site, then I guess that's what I have to do.
Well, it seems like what's going to happen is we're going to have a plat, it's going to have an easement, and then he's going to have those constraints of this is the area within which you can't go outside of this area. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Now, or let me rephrase. If he chooses to go outside of it, it'll probably, we'll have to figure out an easement later. I mean, could go forward with the 12-foot now and do another one later. I mean, there's always that. The whole note of an easement to be named later seems to me to be about as enforceable as what Megan was just saying of trying to put, this will be done as part of a building permit process. So my preference for P&Z, very big picture, Carrie, and what our guidance to council through Sarah will be, is that any drainage easements should be ready to be, that are required by the city through our drainage plan should be recorded on the plat. That's one way we could go forward with, is that it would be a conditional approval that it should be recorded on the plat from the get-go, not be named later. Okay, that's a possibility. How does the commission feel about that? I want to make sure we bring this to a clear conclusion. We've been on it for about 45 minutes. How's the commission feeling? Any further questions or clarification y'all need? I can give you a reminder of the 3 conditions that I heard from Carrie, which is review chain of title, an engineering review in accordance with our drainage manual for plat easements, and PUEs added. Carrie, do I have that right?
Yes.
All right. Commission, before us, I think, is 3 options. A motion to approve as submitted, a motion to approve with these 3 conditions as requested by staff, or a motion to deny. I will entertain any motion from the commission, or I can make my own.
And Chairman, I would just clarify on that motion for approved with conditions. Staff has identified 3, but as you indicated, if there are any others that the commissioners would like to propose, then those would be considered as well.
It's kind of a loaded statement there, Megan. Is there something that we should be considering? What are we missing?
No, I thought you had mentioned a potential condition in regards to the drainage easement.
I think that was number 2, an engineering review of the plat to make sure it's in accordance with the drainage. I
Okay, great, thank you.
think that's what covered it. At least in my mind, that's what covered it. I mean, in the end, we're making a recommendation to council. It sounds like the applicant wishes to move forward, and I understand if it's been this long, it's not an easy property. Okay. Commissioners, anybody want to make a motion? Come on.
I think you've got the best handle on it, Jordan.
We don't make the new guy do it. Second thing out, make him.
I think you should make the motion, Jordan.
Well, okay, I'm gonna make a motion then to give conditional approval that requires a review of chain of title, a review by our city and a review and approval by the city engineer of the drainage criteria manual and the plat and the easements required to meet that requirement sufficiently, and the addition of all required public utility easements.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Motion's on the table. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. I'm just going to go down by how I see y'all on the list. Commissioner Rodnick,
I vote yes.
Commissioner Stein,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I think we had Commissioner Nash
I vote yes.
and Commissioner Rhodes.
Yes.
And Commissioner Scott votes yes as well. All right, motion to give preliminary approval, preliminary and conditional approval, not preliminary, give a conditional approval is passed unanimously. Okay. We got a lot more. Now, everybody, supposedly it was a long meeting. You should have some Tiffany's treats out on your doorstep. That may be what, well, no, Chris, you wouldn't be getting those, but everybody else, I sent cookies because I knew it was going to be a long one. So I am bribing you to stick around. Let's move on then into number 6 on our item of 18. Good gravy. We're going to open up public hearing at 7:15 on the plat, the replat of 3012 Beef Caves Road. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this requested replat? Please raise your hand. I see Ryan, hope I'm pronouncing it right, Lemaire.
Yeah, Lamar, you're close.
Okay. And then McGavero as well.
It's Ryan with Jones and Carter. We're the civil. We're here to answer any questions if needed.
Okay, Mike?
Well, I don't actually know what's specifically being requested of this. So I think the first thing that we'd like to understand, and I represent my clients who I'm with Moreland Properties, and I represent my clients who recently purchased a property at 5014 Timberline Drive, immediately behind this property. So I think we'd first like to understand what's being proposed here from a replatting perspective, and then we'd like to respond to that accordingly.
Okay. If you have any concerns, now's the time to get it out. If I have time and inclination, honestly, we may call you to respond, but this is your chance to say.
Well, we propose the replatting of the lot. It's zoned currently, as I understand it, as residential. The property was purchased at 5014 Timberline Drive under those auspices. The current setback requirements, rear yard setback requirements as a residential lot, would be acceptable, but as a commercial building, we don't believe that that lot warrants development. We had tried to negotiate with the owner during the process of buying when my clients bought their lot. We tried to negotiate with him to potentially purchase the lot, and he declined, basically setting a higher price than we thought was reasonable. He didn't decline, but he basically set an extremely high price. So that's my perspective. So I still don't exactly know what's being proposed here to replat, but if it's anything other than its current form, we would oppose that because it doesn't feel as though there's a reason for it.
Okay. We appreciate you bringing those considerations to the commission, and we'll certainly take them under advisement. Are there any additional members of the public who would like to take this opportunity to speak?
This is Ryan with Jones and Carter again. I just want to, make sure it's clear. This site's zoned for commercial, or not for commercial, for professional/business office. So it is not zoned residential.
We still don't understand what's being proposed here as far as replatting.
Sure. All right. It's not a situation where we're comfortable with everybody having a discussion on Zoom. So I'll ask y'all to direct your comments to the commissioners and to the commission, as opposed to each other. First off, I think we understand we have a representative of the applicant and we have a representative of a concerned neighbor. So commissioners, if you guys have questions for him, by all means, reach out to one or both. And I will as well, assuming we've got time. Okay. Any other additional comments from the public before we close public comments? All right, hearing none, we will shift into regular session at 7:19. First question. Ms. Kaler, does this plat application represent fulfill the requirements of the City of Rollingwood Code?
So again, we had a revision that I received yesterday. So I'm going to navigate back here to that. Originally, my original recommendation with the first plat I received was that there was a PUE required along the side of the abandoned Peak Road. Let me give you a little bit of history. The property you're looking at is 32 Bee Cave Road. It is zoned as C2, which is a commercial office. That is what is being proposed. That is not eligible for consideration with the plat. The plat is either legal or it's not. This is not a question of rezoning. What this is the owner owns 3012 Bee Cave Road. He also owns a portion of the abandoned Peak Road. In order to obtain a building permit, those two parcels have to be combined, and that is what they are proposing with this. So my original recommendation was to recommend conditional approval, conditional that they grant a PUE in that Peak Road portion. They have since returned a revision to me, which is in your packet, that includes that PUE. And at this time, I'm recommending approval.
Harry, can I ask a clarification question?
Sure.
Because I was actually behind vacating Peak Road, South Peak, back when it happened. And I don't remember when you vacate a portion of a road, as was done here, and you have a lot on the other side, which I think is now 10 South Peak, and then you have this office complex on the other side. When a city vacates a road, does ownership then belong 50-50 to the people on each side of the road if you draw a line down the middle? I mean, what is the process for them having each acquired this piece of road?
I do not remember precisely how that determination was made, but there was an ordinance passed. It was Ordinance 176, and it was passed in, I believe it was passed in 1987, that basically provided conditions for the owner of 3012 Bee Cave Road, for the abandonment of Peak Road, and for this owner to obtain that portion. And part of it was a purchase agreement. Part of it was the dedication of this public utility easement. And part of it is a 10-foot PUE and landscape buffer on the north side.
And so in other words, this was accomplished by an agreement at the time between the city and the landowners.
Correct. And then that agreement, which seems to have occurred, was never properly recorded. It was never recorded to record. So that is what we're trying to do.
And so what I think you've answered my question, but basically, so what's trying to be done here is just clean this all up.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So how can you build an office building if there's 100 in a C2 district or C1 district, if there's 100-foot green belt requirement from a residential district, and there's a 30-foot front setback? How can you build a building on a 132-foot lot?
Hey, Mike, we're going to ask you to address those questions to us in a little bit. All right.
Okay.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions for Carrie?
So are they going to be able to build in on the Peak Road? Oh, and I guess I answered my own. There's two building lines along the back. There's a 15-foot, and then there's, I guess, the 30. So you're gonna get the 30 feet on the Peak Road tract, but I guess they're gonna be able to build across that closer to the 10 South Peak.
Yes, so the building setback line is shown on that 10 South Peak.
Right, I see that it's the 30-foot line, right?
Well, I'm assuming at 10 South Peak, since there's already a house there, that no additional construction is contemplated there.
I'm not sure what's at 10 South Peak. I'm not aware of anything.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm confused as all get out. Do these old building lines stay in, or they're to be vacated? All right, and we're vacating a utility easement then?
So they're vacating the utility easements that run originally along the side of 3012, and they're rededicating them in Peak Road.
Okay. Help me with the original premise. Why do these two have to be developed together? To get a building permit, why does it have to be developed together?
All of this predates me. Former attorney Doug Young reviewed this parcel and some original plans from 1987 and considered this property as having grandfathered status. Why you see the 30-foot setbacks and 20-foot setback along Peak Road. That is where that zoning determination came from originally. When I took over review of this project, well, okay, we accept legal interpretation that this project was grandfathered under the old zoning code. However, we can't do a proper review of these building plans without having a plat that is updated and cleans this up and demonstrates the adjoinment of these two properties from 1987. So
That's where I'm lost though. So if they're joining them today, does that negate I guess that's the question on the table. Does that negate
so they're
grandfathering by adding an additional land?
So no, these properties were adjoined in 1987 per city records. It was just never filed for record with the county in the form of a plat. So this
joined legally, but not platted.
Correct.
When they joined them legally, did they remove those utility easements?
That was part of Ordinance 176.
Okay, so this 10-foot building line to be vacated is part of Ordinance 176?
No, the rededication of a new utility easement along Peak Road is part of Ordinance 176. And a landscape buffer.
A landscape, 10-foot PUE landscape buffer hereby dedicated, 10-foot PUE and landscape buffer hereby dedicated. So let me re-ask the question. Did they vacate in 176 the 10-foot utility easement?
I'm gonna pull it up and read it.
Okay.
So I don't misspeak. I'll be happy to send this to everyone as well. So Ordinance 176, an ordinance of the city of Rollingwood authorizing the vacation of a certain portion of South Peak Road to the extent of public use, but not excluding access to public utilities located in the vacated portion of the roadway, providing conflicting ordinances. So there was a prior ordinance, 173.
Oh boy.
176 says a vacation provided is contingent upon payment to the city of Rollingwood, construction of a landscaped greenbelt area, dedication in an approved form and acceptance by the city of Rollingwood of a public utility easement located in that part of South Peak Road hereby vacated, execution and delivery of release in a form approved by and accepted by the city of Rollingwood. And satisfactory arrangements having been made with the city to assure that such contingencies will take place. The city secretary shall sign and date a certification to that effect. So that is what we have showing that that process occurred, is signature by the city secretary of the time, City Selman, stating that this did in fact occur. It just was not recorded to record. We've already gone through the process of reviewing and determining whether or not this project is considered grandfathered, and legal opinion has been that it is grandfathered. So that is why we have the original grandfathered building setback lines included on the plat, and then this cleaning up of the easements and the dedication of the landscape buffer.
All right. I mean, it sounds like there's still a little bit more that needs to be done. But that we could make this conditional upon living to the agreement in ordinance 176.
So at this point, the revision that they sent me, this title plat sheet 2, Bee Cave Road 3012 plat revision 2021-0406. It meets the requirements that I requested in my review letter when they submitted an original document to me a while back. That review letter is included. They informally filed and I denied it. And so I denied it based on 3 criteria. This new document meets those criteria.
I mean, I'm happy to proceed with it. You got a small issue of your corner right there where Peak Road hits where the old Peak Road hits the new lot, where we're vacating a 10-foot utility easement. We're talking like a little corner there that will not have any dedicated public utility easement on it. Does that give you any concern? Because you'll have one across the back and you'll have that 10-foot buffer along. Do you see how it sort of juts down? You're just missing
Yes, I see what you're talking about.
I think that's easily dedicatable. I don't think it's a problem. It's no reason to hold it up. But if you want something along the entire rear of the property line, you need to kind of account for the corner. Other than that.
Yes. And again, this is a revision that we got, after my original denial. I got the revision yesterday, and that is correct. And I would like to have the applicant make that correction to continue that PUE. So I would recommend conditional approval. We can stick with my original recommendation of conditional approval, conditional of public utility easements granted.
Okay.
So, and I don't want to make an issue out of nothing, but I'm wondering if, and I guess clearly, it's excuse my ignorance on the zoning code and who zoned what, but I guess South Peak everything is residential on the west and the north, and then this is commercial. And so I'm curious, and maybe there's nothing we can do about it. It is what it is, and maybe it's okay, but theoretically this office, if this is a retail office building, will be able to access from South Peak. Is that correct?
So South Peak Road is not going to be that is never going to be a road again. It is just being incorporated into this lot.
My understanding is you cannot access South Peak Road from that lot. Is that correct?
It looks,
only Bee Caves.
The requirement for this lot is that their access is only on and off Bee Cave Road, and TxDOT will work with the applicant on an acceptable ingress egress on and off Bee Cave Road.
Okay, so they're not allowed to access from South Peak. I guess that's the easy answer.
Correct. There's not going to be a driveway from South Peak.
Okay, and then when at the time, I assume the city had a zoning code at the time this portion of South Peak was dedicated or sold to and combined with the adjacent property? Was the zoning code already in place?
There was an older zoning code, the 1976 zoning code, which was updated in the 90s, I believe. That is the zoning code governing 3012 Bee Cave Road.
So at the time South Peak was divided amongst these two properties, were they both zoned as they currently are, even though the code might have changed a little? I mean, was one still commercial, one residential?
I would have to go back and look to see. I have not seen anything that speaks to zoning of the road itself. I'm not sure how the road, because it's a public road.
Well, not the road, but the properties. And guess what I'm getting at for the other commissioners is I don't know. To me, it seems a little peculiar to move the building line into the roadway, just kind of looking at the pattern of development there. And I mean, I guess we can try to look back and guess what the intention of, that dedication was when they sold it. But, that it seems a little peculiar to me to do that. But again, if we don't have any right to do it, then whatever, but I just want to bring it up.
I can speak historically, but not with the precision that Carrie has, that in 76, there were only two zoning categories, residential and commercial. Now, whether it got rezoned to a more of an office category later, I don't know.
When I look at the tax records, it says vacant lot, platted residential lot.
I know that the lot for 10 South Peak was platted residential. I don't know about the other one.
I'm looking at it now and on the tax records.
You're talking about Travis County Appraisal District?
I'm talking about the data that gets pulled from the MLS plat through Matrix, which pulls it up as a residential lot.
I can't speak on behalf of the accuracy of the MLS data, except to say it's often inaccurate.
State that city records show 3012 Bee Cave Road as being zoned commercial, and Travis County Appraisal District also shows it as being zoned commercial.
Okay. Any further questions from the commission for the applicant or for Carrie?
Well, nonetheless, though, isn't there a 100-foot setback requirement from commercial to residential?
So that is an existing requirement. This is grandfathered in prior to that requirement per our previous city attorney. So what they're saying is that this essentially is grandfathered under the old code prior to that 100-foot setback code being put in place. Do I have that correct, Carrie?
That's correct.
And that determination was made by a previous city attorney, and the city is bound by that determination. Do I have that correct, Megan?
But I guess I would say I'm happy to have a conversation if we need to have one legally. At this point in time, this is just a plat approval.
Yep. Okay. If Charlie's eating your cookies right now, you need to get after him in the morning at the office, just saying that, because this is a long meeting. All right.
Duly
Does
noted.
the commission need further clarification? Do we need to go into, well, I mean, can we go into executive session to ask city attorney for clarification on that if it's not noticed. I don't want to. I'm just asking if we can.
Your agenda should allow you to go into closed session for consultation with attorney on any of the items on that agenda. Should you have a question for your legal counsel?
Let's make sure what's in there. I don't know if I'm seeing that, y'all. Notice. Okay, yeah, there it is. All right, cool. Mike, do you need clarification in executive session?
Yeah, I mean, I would want to have
Wrong
clarification.
Mike. Sorry. Michael Rhodes, do you need clarification in executive session? Mike Magavero, you wouldn't be privileged to that session. Sorry.
Okay, sir.
I mean, not if no one else has any concern about pushing the building line 20 feet to the west. I mean, my presumption is maybe that isn't grandfathered, but if no one else has any pause about it, then I'm not going to over it.
I think that the homeowners on Timberline are on the call, and I think they would probably have some concerns about it.
Jordan, this is Brian. I don't want to cause a lot of disruption if all the rest of the commissioners disagree, but I'd be curious to get our advice from council on sort of the applicability of this, grandfather determination here. So that would be.
All right.
I'd be in favor
Ashley,
of.
Can you put us into executive session, please, so we can have a better understanding of what our responsibility is here, given the sort of long history of this property with the city of Rollingwood?
I will do that.
Thank you. we are returning to regular session from our executive session. Let me ask this, commissioners, any other further questions of the applicant or of Mr. Magavero that anyone may have?
I have a question, if that's okay.
Yes, it's okay. Fire away.
Okay, in a dialogue I had with Carrie Kaler prior to the purchase of the property, and I said, under the current code, as I understand it, there is a 100-foot residential setback for commercial development. Will this change? And she responded and said, I would say that it is doubtful, but I don't have any way of knowing what changes they will make. So we were working under the auspices that this was under the current code, not a grandfathered code. And that information was never provided to us, that there was a grandfathered code that affected that property.
You asked me was whether or not the zoning was proposed to change. And what I said was no, there was no contemplation of a change in the zoning code, and a zoning code would have to be noticed in a different way for public hearing.
But I specifically said, under the current code, as I understand it, there is a 100-foot residential setback for commercial development. Will this change?
All right, y'all, this is gonna, we're gonna go ahead and take that discussion offline because that is not under the contemplation of a replatting.
Well, it is under the contemplation of a grandfathered in attorney code that is no longer with the city and is no longer, and was not noted in this conversation. It is in that contemplation, which is one of the discussions that we're having, which is affected by the replatting.
So we have a plat before us. Our recommendation will be to council. P&Z has a limited authority, and it certainly doesn't have any authority over your conversation with city staff. So this is what I'm saying to you is this is the wrong, it's the wrong space to have that conversation. Not saying you can't have the conversation, that this isn't the appropriate forum for it.
Okay.
Any other further discussion? All right, I'll remind the commission, our options on the table for a replat are to deny based on reason, and we got to cite those reasons. We can approve conditionally, or we can approve as submitted. I do have an issue at the very least with the PUE in the rear corner in the, which way's north on this thing? Well, okay, the northwest corner where the lot and the previously abandoned street meet. I feel like we're missing some PUE there. But other than that, so in my mind, I think approving as, I'm not in favor of approving as is. I am fine to approve with conditions or deny based upon not having the proper PUEs. Is there a motion from the commission on how they'd like to proceed?
Jordan, I think, I'm not trying to punt to you on every issue here, but I think if you're willing to make a motion, it would be appropriate.
I am laying this up for you guys. Does anyone
my
else want to make a
inclination
motion?
would be to approve with conditions.
Would you like to move that?
Well, I think if you made the motion, you would be more specific about it, but if you don't want to make the motion, I will.
Okay. I will make a motion then that we approve this replatting conditionally upon having the correct PUEs and whether legitimate or not, further review and input from city staff regarding the 30-foot setback that extends into the street. That's my motion. So conditional approval upon PUEs and a review by city of that 30-foot setback in the abandoned street.
I'll second.
Sorry.
Carrie, you're muted.
I believe it's a 20-foot setback on that side.
Okay. I will take that
Okay.
friendly amendment and amend it to the 20-foot setback on that side.
I'll accept that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and probably a lawyer that's having some heartburn. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we're gonna go ahead and take to a vote, and I'm just gonna go down the line as I see you all, because it moves around, which is just part of Zoom. So Commissioner Rodnick.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Rhodes.
Yes.
Commissioner Nash.
Aye.
Did I miss anybody? Me? I vote aye. Okay, motion for conditional approval passes unanimously. All right, y'all, it is 8:10. We've been at this for a couple of hours and we are now on to our fourth item on the of the evening. I guess seventh technically. So we're gonna go ahead and open up public discussion on, so here's my goal, y'all. Let's get through these public hearings because we have members of the community here to talk about them. And then we're gonna go into a bio break before we tackle our consent agenda. So for those looking for breathing room, I'm holding you in your seat so we can get through these next two plats. All right. Opening up public hearing on the replat for 2514 Rollingwood Drive. Is there anyone from the public that would like to discuss it? And Brian, turning off your camera and going to the bathroom is not allowed. Anything? All right. Anything from the public on 2514 Rollingwood Drive? Let me check my participants. Please signify by pressing the hand icon or *9. I've already forgotten which one it is.
Yes, there are 9.
*9. Thank you, Ashley, who's also turned off her camera to go to the bathroom. Not cool. All right, where are we at? Anybody? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close public session at 8:11. I will ask our traditional question. Ms. Kaler, does this replat meet the requirements of the City of Rollingwood Code?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to take us through quickly what's going on here?
Sure. So pretty simple. Owner of 2514 Rollingwood Drive wants to change their address to 601 Riley Road. They have a rear abutting block, so they're recording their setbacks as such with their side lot being on Rollingwood Drive. This plat meets all administrative requirements.
All right, any questions from the commission?
Hey, Jordan, can I ask a question?
Yes.
This is Sarah.
Please.
So when we have people that are requesting to change their address, that changes the rear and side setbacks. Correct?
Correct.
That's why I'm making them replat. So
Right. Is there any notice of that given to the adjacent property owners?
So the notice for the replat was noticed in the paper per state requirement. And then the notice of a change in setbacks would not be noticed in that way. We did notice all of the neighbors within 250 feet per our code, noticing code of a replat. And then they will be noticed for their building permit. Notice of intent to build.
But there's no specific notice that the setback is changing.
No, because it's either legal or it's not.
Except that somebody used to maybe have a 20-foot setback next door to them, and now all of a sudden it's going to be 10 feet. And we don't point that out.
Still makes but it's still legal per our zoning code.
And Sarah, in this particular case, we replatted the house next door to him and did the exact same thing. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I know that doesn't fix it on every other lot that may be, every other corner lot that may contemplate changing direction and address. I will say that the 2-story brick house that's shown on this is gone. It has been removed and demolished. Okay, and so their goal is to face Riley Road is their intention now?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have any requirement that the house actually face the address? Like if you have an address of Riley, that the front of the house has to actually face Riley?
No, we do not have that requirement. I did require with their change of address that they show where their mailbox and driveway were going to be. Now that is for the building officials' consideration for safety and emergency response. It is, I will be sending it to council for approval, but I don't have to. I can change the address, but I did have them show where that was going to be to make sure that there was not going to be a safety issue of, fire EMS showing up at the wrong location. So
it just seems like we ought to make the address match where the front door is. Otherwise it's confusing for the mailman and the fire department and the police and anybody else that is responding, an ambulance.
Ironically, I'm pretty sure this house that used to be there that had the address on Rollingwood actually had the front door on Riley.
I think the walkway went out to Riley, but the door actually faced Rollingwood.
Right.
But the entrance and the entry point was Riley.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all gone.
That was Rollingwood Drive, yeah.
I do recall that the neighbors further to the east on Rollingwood were would probably be in favor of that being a rear building setback as opposed to being a side setback. They were a little concerned about it previously.
Oh yeah, they're great for the people on Rollingwood Drive.
Yep.
Look closer to the people on Riley or Timberline, whichever address that house has.
The people at the corner of Riley and Timberline also front on Riley Road. So this would be making it more consistent. You have adjoining side yards and adjoining rear yards.
Any further questions from the commission? All right, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Oh, Michael Hall, that was your shot, man. All right, you want to second it?
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, he's on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, well done, Mr. Hall. All right, we have a motion, we have approval. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's do a roll call vote. We're Where do I see everybody? Mr. Hall, you're up first on my list here.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Stein,
Yes.
Commissioner Rhodes,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash. I heard a yes. And I am a yes as well. Motion to approve as submitted passes unanimously. All right, shifting to item number 8, we will open up our public hearing at 8:19 on a replat for the property located at 2605 Rollingwood Drive. Is there anyone from the public who would like to discuss this plat? You can signify by pressing the raise hand icon, or *9. All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close this at 8:19, and we will return to regular session. Ms. Where are we? Sorry. Ms. Kaler, does this plat meet the administrative requirements and code of the city of Rollingwood?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to take us through this briefly?
Sure, this is the same situation. This property had a Rollingwood Drive address. They want an Inwood Road address. They have 30-foot frontage along Rollingwood and Inwood all the way around. They have a 15-foot side setback, a 20-foot rear setback, and it's very similar to the last review. This is just to record the change for our address.
Okay. Are there any comments from the commission? Okay. Hearing none, I will entertain a motion from Michael Hall.
Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Who was that on the second? Was that Mike
Tony.
or Tony? Tony. All right, Tony gets the second on that. All right, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Again, I'm going by the order you appear. Commissioner Rodnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Stein,
Yes.
Commissioner Rhodes,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash.
Aye.
Okay, and I am also in favor. A motion passes unanimously for the replat of 2605 Rollingwood Drive. That concludes our replats for the night. We got that in a super fast 2 hours and 20 minutes. Now you know why I bought y'all cookies. All right, I have a motion to table the meeting for a quick bio break if I have your commitment to come back. Does anybody need that?
So moved.
Okay. I'm going to take that. Does anybody object? We're going to have that one approved by acclamation. We will see everyone back here at 8:30 sharp. Okay. Grab your waters, grab your cookies. Sarah, I apologize. I think I may have left you off the cookie list, but we'll make sure you're there next time.
I got Easter candy.
Okay. Good idea. I might go raid my kids' Easter candy. I will see everybody back here at 8:30 in 7 short minutes. Thank y'all. Amen, bro. Next time, turn it in on time. Okay, it's 8:30. We're gonna go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We are on item number 9, our consent agenda, which effectively is just the minutes from the January 6th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Are there any additions or deletions from our commissioners or staff to these minutes? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve our consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right.
Second.
Was that Amy on the second?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Stein, for moving and Commissioner Rodnick for seconding. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, just say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say
Aye.
nay. Say nay. All right, hearing none, motion passes unanimously. That is 9. Let's go to 10. This is a carryover from last year, and I kind of wanted to just thank our former commissioner, Alex Robinette, for her hard work with the commission over a number of years. I will say that I truly valued her input and her opinion and the thought framework, and honestly, just a lot of really good thoughts and the compassion that she brought to the commission. We are sad to see her go, and we hope that she continues to be a contributing member to Rollingwood, because she is just good people. And in the same, we'll talk about 11, welcoming Mr. Hall to the meeting. Let me ask this. Do you like Michael or Mike, Mr. Hall?
I usually go by Mike, but since there's another Mike, you can say Michael.
All right. And I was going to ask you a few questions, but to be honest, it's already pretty late. So if you don't mind, is there anything you'd love for us to know about you? Where in the neighborhood do you live? What line of work are you in? And what's a goal you have for serving with the commission?
Sure. Yeah, I've been a Rollingwood resident for 5 years. I live at 2506 Timberline. And my goal is just to get a little more involved with the city and help with some of the kind of administrative burdens we have because there's so many people building. And I do, I have a property management company, and I work in real estate.
Very good. Well, we're looking forward to you bringing your experience and viewpoint to the commission. So thank you. We'll have a chance to get to know you a little bit better in future meetings. So we're going to want to know your favorite Motown song. Do you like pina coladas? Do you like getting caught in the rain? That sort of thing. All right, well, let's move on to number 12, which is my official resignation as chair of this commission. You all, I literally skipped out and took 6.5 of my 7 minutes to join a scout meeting that's going on right now. I've been asked to be a scoutmaster for a local troop, Troop 31 with Shepherd of the Hills. It is going to be a lot more work than I think I probably always knew it, but it's going to be a lot of work. I don't think I can serve 2 masters, and I will have 40 to 50 preteen scouts to guide for the next 2 years. So I am, I won't even say regrettably, I'm going to have to step down as your chair tonight. So there is an opportunity to for anybody to step in as chair, or we may have to have a rotating chair. But unfortunately, I can no longer make that commitment to the commission. Someone told me it had been 3 years, which surprised me. But it's honestly, if it's been 3 years, y'all need somebody else in charge of this. Rollingwood can have a way of commissions becoming personal fiefdoms. I want no part of that. I am happy to have my minions of scouts and make that my personal fiefdom. I kid. So I'm stepping down. Does anybody want to? Should we have told Michael Hall that we were coming back at 8:35 and voted him in while he wasn't on yet? Or, I mean, it is the new guy. We can always make him do it.
I would say that would be the ultimate in cruelty, having served as chair many, many years ago.
I don't think it's been 3 years, but you're welcome to resign once it has been 3 years.
I'm going with what Carrie said. I don't, who was the last chair?
McKay.
That's right.
Maybe he'll get a whim and buy another house in Rollingwood and move back.
He could be on for the 3rd time in 3 years again if we can get him back. So, okay. Anywho, I'm out. So, as of the end of this meeting, y'all will have someone else to kick around. All right.
Okay. Sounds like the cookies weren't all about the long meeting, but we thank you for your service. You've been fantastic. I'm going to be very disappointed that you're gone.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. You did a great job.
Well, I appreciate it. It's been enjoyable. It's one of those things that when I do something, I like to do it all the way, and I'm going to be taking that energy and attention to some preteens who frankly need it more than Rollingwood. Rollingwood is actually relatively functional compared to a Boy Scout troop of middle schoolers. So,
Jordan, I just wanted to chime in on this important topic to echo what Amy and Tony just said. You've been an awesome chair, and we have been lucky to have you for 3 years-ish. So thank you for all that hard work and awesome service. I don't think I know anyone that goes as hard as you do when you're in these kind of roles, man. So really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. All right. Well, why don't we go ahead and move on into item 13, which is some discussion about potential amendments to our code of ordinances regarding the plating process. Megan, Charlie agreed to discuss this. Did he prep you for this in any way, shape, or form to kind of take us through what we're looking at doing here?
He did, yes, sir.
All right, the floor is yours.
So what y'all have before you tonight are 3 different proposed amendments to your code of ordinances for the plating process. If we take them in order, we've really just tried to track, and Charlie has done a great job of tracking the state law provisions under Chapter 212 for the different types of plating procedures. And so in order, most of these are not just compliance with the state law, but also giving city staff the tools they need and the ability to streamline this process for the city of Rollingwood in conjunction with the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council. And so starting with the first proposal for administrative approval of plats and vacating the plats, under section, Charlie has provided, I guess I would say they are very detailed amendments. They're not in ordinance form yet. They would need to be in ordinance form if and when they move forward to council. But he has lined these amendments. So everything underlined is the proposed addition, and then everything stricken through is your current code provisions that will be repealed and replaced with the new language. And so under 105-25, we have the administrative approval of certain plats, and this is allowed under Chapter 212 for a variety of plats. Those include minor plats, amending plats, and I believe one more category of vacating plat. There's about, I guess we've got 6 pages here, and it looks to me like all of this is new. So in this one document, we do not have any language that is being removed. This is the addition of processes and procedures to allow administrative approval if the plat submittals are meeting the statutory requirements under Chapter 212. I don't know how deeply you want me to go into this as far as every type of the minor plat, amending plat, or vacating plat, but I can go into these specifics if you want. We can just discuss it on a very high level. What would you prefer?
Great question. Commission, couple ways to go forward on this tonight. Generally speaking, as Megan mentioned, there's an opportunity here for us to relieve the commission of some of the more administrative side of platting by a change in state code. I think it's something we should contemplate together as a commission, because it's once given away, likely won't be given back. If you notice, a minor plat by definition is anything less than 4 lots facing a city street. So effectively at this point, all plats are minor plats. So I really want to give the commission time to read this, to look at it, to have a true understanding of the change to the nature of the city. I will tell you, I think council's in favor, sorry, not council, staff is in favor of it. And Charlie was very much in favor of it because it makes a complicated process for us non-professionals and put some professional oversight onto it. If I have any concerns, it's that it does take away the public oversight of these plats. So that in fact, it doesn't happen in public view. It does make them go faster. So there are benefits to those doing the platting. There's benefits to the staff side of this. It simplifies their operational process. If I had any pause, it's just that there is no opportunity for any public view of this. And my history in Rollingwood says sometimes having that ability to say, we took this to the public, you had your opportunity, can go a long way in diffusing frustration. So that's my take on it. I am happy to hear what the rest of the commission has on it. If y'all honestly haven't had a time to read this, and I understand that, we are not required to take action on it tonight. We will actually just move to not recommend it at this time, and we'll keep it on future agendas as well. So the goal here is that we read this, that we take a serious look at it and understand the nature of the change before we make a recommendation to City Council.
I would suggest we put it off then, since we've had a pretty packed agenda and it's late.
I am happy to hear that in the form of a motion. If
I will so move.
Is there a second?
Jordan, the other 2 documents, and maybe you intend to take these up individually, but I just want to clarify, the other 2 really are time sensitive and need to have action tonight.
Okay, happy to look at that. We had no second from what I heard. So Amy, are you fine to withdraw the motion?
I can withdraw it if so requested.
Okay. Why don't we take a look at these other ones and take us through why these are timely?
Thank you, Amber. So the second one is for the form and content of preliminary plat for multi-lot subdivisions under 10526. Sorry, I think I've got the wrong title on that. That's what 10526 is, notice requirements. And so here we have, on this one looks a little different in that the city does have currently existing provisions. Those are not set out to in any way to distinguish them. Then the strike through is for those provisions that the current code that will be repealed, and the underlined is for those provisions that will be new, which if we get down to 105-35 is the notice requirements for certain replats. Hold on, I apologize, I'm scrolling here as well. So this is just the provision that allows for a change in your current processes or notice to go out for properties that are submitting for replat. This does conform to the state provisions as well in Chapter 212, and it provides timeline as well for that replat process and those notice requirements. Let's see, we can walk through, first of all, for a replat without vacation, the replat must conform to the requirements of this section if during the preceding 5 years, any of the area to be replatted was limited by an interim or permanent zoning classification to residential use for not more than 2 residential units per lot, or any lot in the preceding plat was limited by deed restrictions to residential use for not more than 2 residential units per lot. If a proposed replat described by subsection A requires a variance or exception, it does require that a public hearing must be held by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and notice of that hearing must be given before the 15th day before the date of that hearing. Both in the official newspaper as well as your 200-foot radius. And then C provides that if that variance is protested, then that proposed replat must receive the affirmative vote of at least 2/4 of the members present of the Planning Commission or governing body, or both. And for that protest to be legal, there must be written protest signed by at least 20% of the owners of the area of the land of the lots or land immediately adjoining the area covered by that proposed replat.
Okay.
And then E does contain an exception for that approval. And then F gives you another time frame as well
I love that.
of when the city must act. It's not, yeah, not later than the 15th day after the date the replat is approved. And then it does, this subsection does not apply to a proposed replat if the Municipal Planning Commission holds a public hearing and gives notice of the hearing in the manner provided by subsection B. And I'm not sure, Carrie, if you had any additional information in working, or Amber, any additional information on this in working with Charlie.
First, I'll just offer just a little bit of color for the commission. City Council asked at their last meeting for P&Z to look at our platting process and try to make it conform better to state code, was my understanding of their request. So that's what Charlie and I have done. This is right out of state code. problem that our code sets up for me as a staff member is that as it stands right now, if you submit your money, you can submit whatever plat you want. And that starts that 30-day time clock. It puts burden on the city to pay for the notice, which is very costly. And we have to bring it to you, even if it's not, even if I would never intentionally bring you a particular document, I am bound to bring it to you. If we made these changes, I would still bring you plats that I denied. I can administratively deny a plat and it would go to Planning and Zoning Commission for review. So that would be a tool for the commission and the community to hear items that you would have a say on. And then other plats that are really cut and dry, they meet a legal document and we have to approve them. As in the case this evening of items 7 and 8. I don't have to waste your time with it. Plat 7 and 8, simple replat, meets all the legal requirements. There's nothing missing. They're entirely administratively complete. There's been no revision since my review. That I would review it, sign it, send it to the county. Y'all wouldn't have to hear it. And you're not allowed to deny a legal plat if it meets all of our code. So it would streamline that. There would still be a process if you had a lot that didn't have utilities that was getting platted, that would still have to come to you for review. If you had a subdivided lot situation where you had an existing lot that had utility services and you were subdividing it and adding additional utility services to a second lot, that would still go to you for review. That's one instance I could think of where the community would have a vested interest in hearing about that ahead of time and having an input, and that would still be under the purview of the Planning and Zoning Commission. But these basic cut and dry plats, it would accelerate the development process. It would alleviate some financial burden. It would take some burden off if y'all can't make quorum, so that we don't have to, we're not bound to approve a plat that we don't like because it has met the time period required for approval. That's my 2 cents on it.
So Carrie, to clarify, and I may have confused the issue, the first ordinance that they reviewed would provide you the ability to deny or approve plats.
So the first ordinance actually adds a lot of stuff to our code that we don't have. We don't have processes in our code for amending plats. We don't have processes. Our code does not discuss vacating of plats at all, which could be a problem. We still have to abide by state law, but because it's not in our code, I don't have any process for that. I don't have an application for that. I don't have a vacating plat application. So this would add those additional tools to my toolbox, and then I could go in and develop a process by which we would review, in accordance with state law, a vacation or something to that effect. The second document would impact those noticing requirements, because if I'm getting a plat, as in the case of items 7 and 8 on the agenda, where they meet all the requirements, you're not required to note neighbor notice in that scenario per state guidelines. So that would change. But if we were to have a public hearing, so if I denied a plat, or I could at my own discretion bring a plat to planning and zoning, we would notice for public hearing. So that would be the tool for which the community would, have input, learn about, review. And then the third.
The third addresses the plating deadlines that are under
Yes.
the new
And
state amendment.
That really is, I feel like, most critical for this evening. Every once in a while, the commission's not going to make quorum, and that is what it is. It gives me anxiety to think about getting a plat that we have to approve statutorily because of if there was not a quorum. So this would at least put some more parameters about what is required for an application. It's not just, hey, I paid my money and I gave you a document. You've got 30 days.
Yeah, this prevents things like this previous round where people are handing in stuff the day before and it's not getting in front of the public. It's not getting into our system. From what I can tell,
I still have to review
if
it.
it's not complete, it's not submitted. Whereas cash paid document handed in, they can hand stuff in the night before, and we're doing these sort of conditional approvals
on the fly.
So
Well, it may not help the timing aspect of, a commission not being available for meetings, but like, I don't know why they do it, but the city of Austin has a completeness check process where you turn it in and then, staff is looking at it, making sure everything is there. And then, you have the sort of the formal application, pay the money process. And, that takes, a week, 2 weeks, and they'll reject you and you got to go back and get your ducks in a row and come in. And so I don't know if that helps, but if that's just more work, but something to think about.
That's what this would set up. This would establish that.
And I apologize. That is the third document that is under this item. The third one is the change in the application process to allow staff to have that administrative authority to distinguish and differentiate between an application being submitted to the city and the city acknowledging that it is complete and that it is accepted for filing, and that's what's triggering the shot clock.
Gotcha.
Right now, the shot clock is triggered by the payment made to the city.
Okay. Well, that's
so in
helpful,
that
right?
one, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just, it's helpful to at least give give commissioners a little more notice that, something's coming, right, I guess.
Right, because it can take, it's a very structured process. That way, it's ensuring that staff has the tools like we've kind of seen tonight. The staff needs to have the tools to review documents and needs to be able to have the time to review documents and make recommendations. There's a lot of information that goes on these documents, both on the face of the plat itself as well as in the plat notes. And so, that back and forth, that opportunity to dialogue and negotiate as far as with the developer or the property owner who is submitting that, and recognizing what is applicable, what isn't reflected according to the statutory requirements, and let them have that ability to go back to whoever's prepared their plans, if it's the property owner representing themselves or through the applicant, or a developer who's got to get back with a client. I mean, you've got a little more flexibility in that regard on the front end for all parties as well as the city staff. And it assists both the P&Z and the city council in their role in this process. It should definitely streamline the process, make it more efficient, and make it easier to understand.
Any further questions for staff or attorneys? I want to give you all the appropriate amount of time to contemplate the changes being made here. At the same time, I think staff is, if I had to order it, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, they would love a change to the process first, notification second, and are in favor of a change of the planning process entirely, but the completion process, the notification process, changing the entire planning process. I've already told them I got a little heartburn around changing the entire planning process, and sorry I jumped the gun on that. I confess, this is just me, not speaking as chair, but just me as an individual. I need more time to contemplate that. We're effectively taking planning and zoning out of the process by my reading of it. I'm way more in favor of getting the what makes for a complete plat submittal approved and across the board by staff, by city council as soon as possible, given the situation we face when that clock starts. It doesn't matter if there's a snowmageddon. We got to meet. So I think it gives staff more flexibility, gives us some cover. And then finally, I'm ambivalent about notice changes to the notice thing. It's pretty complicated. I want to make it simpler for the entire process. I am in favor of more notice, not less, and not a huge believer in the back of the newspaper that the city still requires, that the state requires. So there's my 3 cents. Love to hear everybody else's thoughts on it.
I think I agree with pretty much all of that, Jordan. I agree on, I'd like to see the completeness check. I think that helps right away. I'd like to think about the, giving all the power to staff, and on notice, I don't really care, but I agree, more is better than less.
I agree. Notice is more is better than less, and onus is on the applicant, not on the city. We did have somebody come over a plat in my time that was arguing that the notice didn't go, it went out at 14 days, not 15. And the city had given made a mistake within their recommendation or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but it was purely an innocent mistake. And they were trying to use that as a means by which to hold up a platting process because 2 neighbors were arguing with each other. Much rather say, here it is spelled out. Here's how you follow it. If you don't follow it correctly and a neighbor wants to hold it, it's on the applicant, not on some interaction with the city. So I like that.
So just to clarify, the city sends currently the notifications for plats to the neighbors. The city does not send notifications of building plans to build to neighbors. That process is on the applicant. But as far as plats go right now, that burden is on the city.
Yeah, and the new proposal would place that burden upon the applicant, correct? At least that was my reading of it. Do I have that wrong?
I'm looking at Megan.
Sorry, thank you. It is just for certain replats. 10535.
Still has the requirement.
So if you were just platting a lot, as in Item 4, 205 Ashford, an unplatted lot. You're just recording the setbacks and the easements as required by code. That would not get noticed. A replat, so a change to the existing would get noticed.
What currently happens? Are you removing notice within this? Are you removing any notices that currently happen and reducing the amount of notice?
Carrie, are we under 105-27? There's a reduction in notice under B. And the same for 105-26, right? B has been stricken in both of those.
Correct. And I think the notice is reduced from 250 feet to 200 feet. And then it's not provided at all in some circumstances.
Right, in very limited circumstances.
Why? Because that's what the state allows?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a state
sir.
minimum or a state requirement? That's my question. Can the city add additional on top of the state? Or is this state saying this is the minimum amount that you're allowed to, this is the least amount you can do more? What is the state rule there?
State for notice, I believe it is a minimum requirement.
Okay. Well, right away, y'all, I'm gonna be pushing for not reducing the amount of notice. I think that's, I don't know. I mean, staff knows my take on this, which is, I truly do believe that this commission and public notice serve as a pressure relief valve. And I'm not really looking forward to having people irate with the city staff right now. I think generally there's a very good relationship between city staff, the commission, and the members of our community that I don't see in surrounding communities where people are very frustrated with their city staff. I love living in a community where people are actually friendly and complimentary of our city staff. So I see our community boards as a bit of a buffer. That's just a philosophical standpoint on my take. Happy to vote on it if other people want to. I'm not really looking to I'm looking to make it easier on staff and applicants to get this stuff out and know what they need to do, but not really excited about reducing notice down to the state minimums. Y'all want to take these one by one?
Yep.
Would that help? Well, let's start then with God bless, I got so many windows open here. Let's talk about administrative approval of plats and changing that process. How many are open to contemplating that tonight? Is there anybody? How many are open to having a further contemplation of that at a future meeting? I'm gonna raise my hand on that one. I see Mike. Wish there was a way to control view. All right, my recommendation then on that, if we were gonna make a motion, I would move that we recommend that we do not approve that at this time, that council does not approve it. That doesn't mean they can approve it. I think it needs, it just creates a higher hurdle. If all council's in favor of it, or 4/5 or whatever it is, they can still approve it. But our motion to council should be that they do not approve that at this time. Does anyone want to make that motion?
Go for it.
All right. I move that under item 13, administrative approval of plats and vacating plat process, that the Planning and Zoning Commission does not recommend approval of this proposal. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mike Rhodes seconds. Is there any further discussion from the commission on this?
Hey, Jordan, do you want to clarify that you don't recommend it at this time?
Nope. I just want to say they need action from us. If we don't take action, then nothing happens. Sarah, you can explain that we want to contemplate it further,
Okay.
but that our recommendation is that we don't approve it.
Okay, I just want to make sure you guys would be okay with me adding that caveat when we discuss.
Let them know
this.
we want further time to contemplate it. And if they're in a rush, they're in a rush.
Okay,
I don't think it's something we should be rushing, to be honest. So,
okay.
Notice requirements for certain replats. Does anybody want to tackle that tonight, or do we want to have more time to contemplate it? I'm open. Tony, Amy, Michael, either Michael.
I'm also for maximum notice, so I would rather push it than come to some decision tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
If you'd like to move, you can say we move to not approve.
Move to not approve.
Yeah, you can say I move to not approve notice requirements for certain replats, and that'll hit that topic. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? I generally like the idea of cleaning it up. I like more notice.
Jordan, I'm sorry. I think there was a motion on the table already
Oh, my mistake.
that needs to be voted on.
It's late and I didn't get any cookies. Thank you for calling a point of order. Let's back up. There was a motion on the table and a second, right? For administrative approval of plats and vacating the plat process. We recommended not to approve at this time, not to approve. Sarah will add at this time because we want more time to contemplate. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Sorry, Commissioner Hall, would you restate your motion regarding notice requirements and your desire not to approve that?
Yeah, motion to not approve changes to notice requirements at this time.
Okay, was there a second? I forgot who it was.
Second.
All right, Tony Stein seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. All right, third application is the platting application process, which is currently causing us problems. Is there a motion on this particular one? Anything we'd like to recommend to the city? Sorry, city council.
I mean, I guess I'm just curious, like, if staff has what they need to, if we're past this ordinance, we're not unduly burdening them with some new responsibility and they've got the resources.
Amber?
This would actually give us the resources and tools that we need. It would be more appropriate, give us more time to properly review.
Is there anything else? I mean, is there anything else that's not in here that you guys would like?
I think this one is most critical. The other two would also make our lives a bit easier and take some of the burden off. But I feel like there's time for you all to consider those. This one really needs to, we would really like for this one to be passed. so we could have more time to properly review the plats that come before you. Carrie, anything to add to that?
No.
Well, I'll motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a
Second.
motion to approve. Who was the second?
I second.
Who was I? Is that
Michael Hall.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll ask everybody, all those in favor of approval of the, or recommendation to the city for approval of the plating application process updates, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right, motion to approve passes unanimously. I strongly recommend that Mike Rhodes, as our future chair, puts this on the next agenda.
I haven't been around long enough, like Tony or Brian. Amy, I mean, she's already done her service. So I mean, I think, you know, I haven't had enough tutelage under the great Jordan Scott. I mean, I'm still wet behind the ears.
I'm just not smart enough.
All right, worth a shot.
Staff will prepare anybody who is willing to take on the challenge. So you look completely prepared and sufficiently any meeting.
Yeah, when they tell you have to go through the tunnel of love, it's not very loving, but you'll get through it. All right, let's move on to 14. Corner lot driveways. Oh crap, we should have done this way in advance. I'm guessing we have an applicant who's been sitting here listening to us the entire time. I apologize to that applicant. Is that Brad? I don't remember who this is. We've seen this before. All right, y'all, pull up 14. We got a variance request. If you recall, there's a weird bit of code that says variance requests for driveways that start on corner lots that start on one street and go to another street are not allowed unless planning and zoning approves the variance rather than our Board of Adjustment. We saw this one previously. Carrie, do you want to take us through? I'm getting pretty zoned here. And then we'll hear from the applicant.
Yeah, I'll take you through. I'll do my best. I'm pretty zoned too. But essentially, the Thollies live on the corner of Rollingwood Drive and Edgegrove. They back out of their driveway onto Edgegrove. They are requesting a driveway connection that would connect to Rollingwood Drive. So it would connect between both streets. And the reason, I know this is weird that it comes to P&Z, the reason it comes to P&Z and my understanding instead of BOA is because this is a health and safety contemplation. Whereas BOA, you have to prove different, you've got to prove your hardship criteria. So this is really just considering overall urban planning, public safety, instead of just those really limiting criteria. If you look at the packet documents, if you open that attachment, the HTML version, and go down to page 7, you'll see their proposed driveway location. There's also an additional contemplation option on page 8, I'll let the applicant, if they're still on here, talk about those two options and why they would prefer one over the other. And then it's, you know, it's up to y'all for your, to your discretion. What I will add additionally though, is that they'll still have to apply for a driveway application, and we will still have to review this application per our DCM. But we're sending these guys to you all first to see what your temperature is on it, if you're gonna allow it or not. And at that point, they'll still have to go through the process.
Has there been any neighbors that are against this?
I have not heard from anybody. I don't know. They weren't required at this point to notice the neighbors. It was just noticed for public hearing.
Brad, are you on? Have y'all talked to any neighbors about it?
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, we talked to both neighbors on either side of the street. As far as I can speak on their behalf, there's no hardship for either of them. They're sort of careless about it, other than the neighbor across Edge Grove is in preference based on the business of the intersection and us backing out onto Edge Grove. They prefer us to be pulling out forwards.
Is generally the idea you'd be pulling into the existing driveway and then pulling out onto Rollingwood Drive? Is that?
Exactly.
Jordan, can I ask a question?
Please.
So on page 8, where you say that the Hammerhead Drive is not feasible, it seems to me that what you show is not feasible is pulling from the right side of the driveway into the pullout on the right side. But it seems like if you were on the left side of the driveway, you could pull out into a pullout on the right side, and then you could go out forward from onto Edge Grove without having to put a driveway through the middle of your front yard.
Well, sorry, was that a question for me?
It was an observation, and it didn't look like you had considered that option.
So the Hammerhead Drive, I guess there are a couple of things to consider. One is, I think what you're referring to is the full rotation of the vehicle, and could you go southbound on the lot? And the problem with the Hammerhead on the southbound portion of that lot is just the trees.
Well, I'm not even considering that, just on the north side.
Just of our opinion that both cars should be able to pull out of the driveway and within reason be able to pull forward. So if there was a car on the, on the south end of the driveway, and the wheels turned so that the car is pulling a reverse northbound on the lot, you still can't get into the setback of the Hammerhead Drive. So I see that I see your point of I'm showing a car that's on the north side rather than the south side. But even if there was a car on the south end of that driveway, with the wheels fully turned, it still doesn't fit into the drawing there.
Well, and I guess if there were two cars parked there, I guess, I don't know if the one on the furthest to the south could clear the one on the north.
Well, if there's two cars parked in the driveway, one of them can't get to the proposed driveway anyway.
I don't know how to scale this is, but it looks like you could go behind the one to the north, but
I mean, it looks
I
like
don't know if
it's
this is to scale or
a
not.
4.5 garage. Can you actually get 2 cars in your garage? I'm just looking at Google Maps. Google Street View.
Yeah, by miracle, I might be the only person with 3 kids who can get 2 cars in the driveway, and into the garage. But yeah, you can, just to answer someone's question earlier, you can have 2 cars in the driveway parked outside of the garage and still pull around. You can still pull into the new proposed driveway.
Carrie, do we have any ordinance on how far from a corner a driveway is allowed to be?
You do.
I'll have to check that. I think we do. I know it's gotta be 5 feet off the property line. Let me check what it says for corners. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Carrie, I think it's either 32.5 or 35 feet.
Sounds right. Let me double check real quick.
So while you're checking, I'm happy to give an overview of the proposal here if it makes sense to anybody.
Yeah, Brad, if you want to, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just the sort of the exact summary, if you will, is that we went through section 107-492 of the Rollingwood Code of Ordinances. It's a list of considerations when thinking about a variance request. And there's really 6 items that this request sort of meets. And the details of it are on the following page. It's rather wordy, but the exact summary here is basically 1, it's a safety hardship that's out of our control. This proposal will increase safety for, both occupants of the home and pedestrians. 2, there is precedent. So there's two houses in Rollingwood, 2 lots, in Rollingwood that have this exact driveway that goes from one road to another, Rollingwood at Vale and the other at Vale at Hatley. The third is it's a minimum variance request, and I think Commissioner's asking about that. We can get into the details there. We exhausted all alternative considerations. 4, it's not out of economic interest, it's safety. 5, we talk about the business of the particular corner here on Edge Grove and Rollingwood based on the safety issues. And then 6 is it's a single variance request. So there's no other considerations here to consider impervious cover or the proximity to the corner, the 32 or 35 feet distance. Understanding full well you need to go to a different committee to get approval for the driveway. But this doesn't snowball into multiple requests.
Does anybody have any history as to why this is currently prevented on corner lots? I don't know if Amy, if you have any history with that, or Carrie?
Not that I recall that well.
My understanding is the reason you don't have this type of through and through driveways on a corner lot is just so that so that people don't cut through someone's private property to access a public street.
And I assume we don't have any detail on these other two that have this situation. I'm sure they've been there a while and we don't have history on that as to how those were approved. Whether it was variance or-
I remember 209 Ashworth came to you all about a year and a half ago. I think it was before I took over as the building official, but I was with the city, and they had a situation where they were backing out on a blind hill. And so, and their corner lot is on a cul-de-sac. And so when you all were reviewing it, it wasn't deemed a likely scenario that somebody was going to drive across their yard to go into a cul-de-sac.
I do remember that one. Yeah, I remember that one being approved.
That's the one that I have institutional knowledge of. I don't know of any others. I'll be honest, off the top of my head. I don't know what the.
Yeah, we had that, and we had another situation on Rollingwood Drive that was similar but different. You know, I know Jamil Alam, you know, felt strongly about these situations and not approving these just based on the fact that it creates more, you know, vehicle, pedestrian, you know, interaction. You know, he and I agreed to disagree on that. I mean, my personal view of this, and some of this is colored by living on Rollingwood Drive, and you know, I added a circle drive for the same reason. You know, I just don't see the issue with that. I mean, if you're worried that someone's cutting through, that seems to be a concern that the property owner, you know, should be most concerned with. And obviously, if they're proposing this, it must not be a concern. And, you know, I don't see the pedestrian vehicle interactions being any greater because you still just have the vehicles that, you know, reside at that particular property that are using the driveway. So I don't think it creates more. I think it creates safer pedestrian and vehicle interactions is my view of these. You know, and we're not in the business of determining, you know, what we find aesthetically pleasing. I think that's the property owner. So from my perspective, you know, I'm kind of it's their property, and I don't think that it creates, you know, any burdens or additional risks or anything with other residents of the city. So I generally, you know, defer to the owner on, you know, what's been creating safety issues and not. That's been my position on these requests.
I feel like that was such a like pregnant silence after Commissioner Stein spoke that I needed to jump in just to
Clearly nobody's following me, so I'm not sure I should be leading anything.
No, I thought it was incredibly well said. In fact, I think that's why everybody was so silent. You know, it's like you get to the end of like one of those really magnificent speeches and everybody's just kind of like,
yeah, that's exactly what it
brushing
was.
away a couple of just, you know, thoughts on it. But I guess I'll chime in to echo Commissioner Stein's sentiments on this subject. I don't see there to be any major motivations as to why to preclude this. It's odd if we're going to let Tony Stein do it on Rollingwood Drive, but then the lot next door, because it happens to be a corner lot, I struggle to see why that is, other than it can be used as a cut through, but that's kind of on the property owner. And if they've kind of weighed the risk and balanced that against the safety increase that they see from having these corner-based circle drives and think it's more important to them from a safety standpoint, despite that possible cut through risk, then I don't know why we get in the middle of it. So that's kind of my view on it as well. So I'll echo what Mr. Stein said.
That means a lot coming from a future chair of this council.
Oh, wait. What time is it again? All right.
We've been at this for.
It's,
All right, I got a different opinion, which is probably not going to be popular, but I frankly hate these things. Where we left it last time was a request to go to Board of Adjustment and ask for relief, and I'm not sure that doesn't sound like that was done. I don't know why we would change that opinion from the last time.
I thought we tabled it last time and told them to come tell us why a hammerhead wouldn't work.
Yeah, my recollection was to go ask for a Board of Adjustment to see if a hammerhead would work. What I'm hearing is because of the nature of the car they own, that kind of thing. My preference is that they just orient their driveway out towards Rollingwood and go in that way. I know that's not popular, but it is possible. But I'm only one person, so I'm not in favor of these cutting the corner driveways. Just not.
Is it aesthetic? Is it?
On this
Do you think it
particular
increases?
one,
Do you think it increases
I hate the idea of pulling up that close on Rollingwood Drive. That's just an awful corner. I mean, it's a terrible corner, and there's no good answer. I think the way to go out is forward, and I don't know how they can do that with the way they have their garage oriented. Honestly, I don't know what to say. I'm like, I still feel like Board of Adjustment might give them a hammerhead in some of the setback that would enable them. It's just a driveway and a setback. We've already got that ability, and that they could pour one in there, but I may be totally wrong on that. So
Carrie,
Yeah,
my understanding was that you laid out the reasons why this was coming to us as opposed to Board of Adjustments, I guess.
Well, it comes to us because the code requires it to come to us. I'm not gonna lie. I told them that we'll let staff do plats when we get this over to Board of Adjustment.
But they could go to Board of Adjustment?
I'm sorry, what was that, Tony?
So can they, I mean, can this go to Board of Adjustments? I mean, what?
This could only go to Board of Adjustment if you deny the applicant today and then come back next month and try to change the code to put all driveways in under the purview of the BOA. And then legal would have to review that, because this isn't a hardship criteria issue. These driveway situations are never going to meet the BOA criteria. As far as I read how the BOA has to make these determinations. So that's my understanding of why it was put to P&Z in the first place.
And I thought I remembered us talking about, the risks of putting, what the BOA is supposed to be and supposed to hear, that maybe these types of things, I mean, how many meetings is this additional meetings is this going to cause them to have? Is it warrant going to that level? I remember having that discussion.
When we told the neighbors across the street they had to use a hammerhead. And if I'm that neighbor, I'm like, well, what's the deal?
Wait out a change in commissioners, I guess. I'm just kidding. Your era is coming to an end, Jordan. Your grip on this commission and your
Oh yeah, my
iron
grip on it.
fisted rule.
Guys, I'm only one member. All I do is
Yeah, well, the coup was successful. You're out, and now that Mike's getting installed as the new chief, things are going to change. I mean, everybody's just going to have to get used to it. I've seen Mike's agenda. It's incredible.
You're talking about Michael Hall, right? The new guy. We got to make him do it all. All right.
No,
I like
no,
it.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. It's Michael Hall. Thanks,
For
Mike.
real, though,
Appreciate you.
Amy, Michael, and Mike, y'all have any thoughts on this? I will, as chair, try to bring conversation to a conclusion. You're hearing Commissioner Stein and Nash are generally in favor. I'm not, and that's fine.
I'm going to have to abstain because I can't link to the documents supporting it. My link is not working. So I don't feel that if I don't have the documents I need, I'm going to have to abstain on this vote.
Yeah, we're not going to let you abstain. I'm getting mean in my last meeting.
Well, I thought, wait a minute,
How can we get her? How can we get her this? Because mine's working.
Mine was working up till now, and I switched to my home computer, and it's not linking. It was linking at my office.
It's frustrating.
Amy, I think
But that's okay. I mean, we have enough people to vote. Don't worry about me. I don't feel strongly one way or the other without knowing the individual situation.
Carrie, has the police chief weighed in on the safety issues of having another driveway on Rollingwood Drive?
No.
We had another applicant for safety purposes put a horseshoe driveway in his front yard.
Right.
Because we wouldn't allow him to do something like this on Rollingwood Drive.
Right.
And then the applicant across the street, we made him do a hammerhead because we didn't want something like this on Rollingwood Drive. It's a rough corner. We got to find a way to give relief. Okay. Michael Rhodes, Michael Hall, your thoughts?
I think this is a hard one. I think that I don't like corner driveways at all. I didn't support the other ones. And I don't, I don't particularly like the way this one looks and feels, but at the same time, I'm a little more compassionate to this one because I feel like the folks across the street, it was new construction. They had an opportunity to deal with the issue. I feel like this property was probably built when there was less traffic, less congestion. It was a different corner, and now they've inherited a little bit of a mess, and they're trying to find a way out. So, I don't know. I'm a little leery about setting a precedent of opening these up, when there isn't. I mean, this is a terrible corner, and I do sort of agree with Tony in that. To me, it doesn't feel safer necessarily, but I don't live there. I don't have to exit that driveway every day, and I can appreciate that they know better than me. But I'm very leery about setting a precedent of, allowing these as we move forward in cases that aren't, similar, where it's not as extenuating, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think so far we've taken each one of these individually in its own circumstances. I think just the fact that we denied one across the street, I think, is evidence that no single decision is going to be a deciding precedent in the future. But I certainly, we could see more requests. So I understand that component. it's a very difficult one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's tough. I mean, it's a tough corner, and I can appreciate that backing out is not fun. What do you think, Michael?
You guys have all pretty much gone through a lot of the kind of arguments for and against. I kind of a mixed, to be honest, as well. I see the challenge. I do not like setting a precedent to say, in this case, we're going to do it, you know, for this corner, because I do think that's generally better not to have these go from one street to another on corner lots. It kind of seemed to me like maybe the hammerhead would work, or some kind of variation of that you could maneuver to get back out forward if it was a time when, you know, there's a lot of traffic on Edge Grove. But of course, you know, I don't live there. So the owner is saying that's not their preferred, at least, method.
Yeah, I noticed that too. And I don't know, Brad, if you have, I mean, I know that's sort of a hand sketch, but I think you have to reconfigure your fence, but I also agree. I feel like you could get the hammerhead to work potentially. I mean, it's not quite as nice as the driveway, but
Yeah, on the south end, the hammerhead, there's just some very large oak trees there that prevent it from a hammerhead from going in. So, like, you know, not worried at all about reworking the fence. It's I just looked it up just for giggles. You know, the turning radius of the car that we have is 19.1 feet. You know, a Toyota 4Runner, I guess, normal car is 19 or 18.7 feet. You know, it's not like I've got some sort of weird vehicle that can't make that turning radius work. So I don't know. I mean, I've explored, you know, I feel like we've explored other options. We've had designers come in, architects come in to try to look at what else to do, and this was their preferred method. I mean, the other contemplation, just in full candor, like, you know, do we do, someone else on Rollingwood did a Rollingwood to Rollingwood curb cut with an additional third curb cut on the other street, which, is an option. I mean, it's not exactly, I mean, if I'm being frank, it's probably not the most aesthetically pleasing option, but it doesn't really solve the concerns that were brought up last time we spoke about the multiple curb cuts on Rollingwood Drive. I'm just adding two rather than one. But I guess it does, if there's not really concerned about through traffic, but that would potentially prevent through traffic. It's kind of hard for me to imagine that people would cut through a driveway when there's a road there that doesn't really get backed up. Anyway, we've explored the various options for the hammerhead, which is, by the way, the preferable choice for us. Also, it's as we're parking and gives us, it's a cheaper option, but it's not really feasible.
So I guess, Carrie, you know, I guess if we were to, I guess we would have to vote and deny this, and then the code would allow them to go to Board of Adjustments, and the request would be, you know, doing, you know, paving something in the setback on Edge Grove. So, you know, being able to move the hammerhead closer to the street.
I think we could do that.
Because we can't do that. We can't.
Yeah, you all can't allow them to occupy that city easement. I'm not sure if that would go to BOA or council. I'd have to check with legal, but
Is there anything in the city easement that prevents them from putting a driveway there?
I don't.
For example, I could point to
All driveways cross, the city.
Yeah.
So, but
my neighbor over here at, let me get out of that map. I got a neighbor with exactly that over here on Hatley, on a busy corner of Wallace and Hatley. It's not quite the Hammerhead, but it is a paved corner of Wallace and Hatley. They've got a paved like strip off the side of there on Hatley. So I'm just wondering if there truly is anything that would prevent them from utilizing that.
I think the consideration would be if we were to ever put in sidewalks, but I don't know if something could be. My would be to have a hammerhead there in an approach, but I don't know what the legality is. I would have to get with people on that.
Okay.
I know I've seen driveways and setbacks between houses. I don't know if those are supposed to be there or not, or if it's different on the side setback.
It's not. It's the difference is where the property line is versus and the curb and that city right of way, which gets utilized for sidewalks.
The only other thing I'd say, Brad, is with and I don't know the specific conditions, but with the trees and even where you show the on kind of the hand-drawn blue car backing up is, doing that in gravel as opposed to paved. I mean, I added a parking spot, alongside my garage that's gravel. That's the only other thing and then I guess, there's nothing preventing you from putting gravel in any particular spot and using it as a drive.
Right.
And I actually thought it was going to be an issue, when it was wet and stuff, but I don't know. It's worked out fine. I've got a big truck, so.
Just one question for anyone on the line here is if it gets declined here with the ambition of going to is it the Board of Adjustments, the BOA that you're referring to, and it gets declined there based on maybe a sidewalk. I know they're talking about sidewalks on Edgegrove. Is it possible to come back, or is it dead with this commission?
I don't think there's anything that precludes you from coming back, Brad.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not speaking from a place of like, maybe I might be an attorney by practice, but I don't have any kind of particular legal knowledge on this subject. But yeah, I don't think there's any like provision that says you can't come back to P&Z with similar or same requests, So unless the city attorney or Carrie or our fearless leader, Jordan Scott, chimes in to say otherwise.
I'm searching your code really quick to see if you have any restrictions or requirements on resubmittals of denied applications. Carrie, are you aware of any? I don't see any. I'm not seeing any so far.
I'm not aware of any. I think you could request that this item be put back on the agenda, request that a commission member add it back on the agenda, or ask staff to, and we could probably bring it back. The other alternative is to apply for the permit and have me deny the permit, at which point you could appeal my decision to city council. But
does that go to BOA first, Carrie, for you guys?
No, in that instance, it would go
okay.
to city council.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, just a question, and I don't know that this is even worth considering, but just to solve this homeowner's problem and maybe not create a longer term problem. Can we like approve this, but provided that some new house is rebuilt, that the approval variance goes away? Was that just us opening up a can of worms?
That's like yes, I think the answer is that sounds like a can of worms.
Yeah, because it's going to be dependent on whether it runs with the property or whether it's limited to the current property owner or use.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's going to run with the property.
I mean, it'd be some kind of weird, it's like, yeah, whether that applies from a grandfather standpoint, and I don't know. That'd be a tough one to navigate.
Carrie, what kind of drainage approval would this need?
Oh, any increase over 250 square feet would have to be reviewed by the city engineer. They'd have to look at the entire lot. They'd need an updated survey, and then probably there would have to be measures taken by the homeowner to mitigate drainage, the runoff in some way, rain capturing something.
Yeah, I'm no expert or engineer, but we are well below our impervious coverage, even with these plans of the driveway, just FYI.
They don't have impervious cover limit.
Any change
Yeah,
activates these days.
right.
All right, y'all, it's 9:55. Do we have consensus? We chatted it out. Our options are to move to approve or motion to deny. I guess we could table, but I don't know if that helps, Brad. Y'all, it's a tough one. I guess my preference is we see if we can fit a hammerhead in there rather than do a driveway that goes out onto Rollingwood. But hey, who wants to make a motion here?
I mean, ordinarily, if we had one where I didn't think it was a legitimate safety concern, I'd have no problem turning it down, I guess. Or in this scenario, if I thought that the addition of it created some other new safety concern, I would have an issue. Yeah, my problem is, I think it's a legitimate safety concern, and, personally, I hate to turn it down and have something happen. But I think, I guess I would say that a hammerhead doesn't necessarily have to be paved. That would be, to me, the potential solution that I could see to make a hammerhead work.
Sure. And if sidewalks go in, then there is a hardship then, and it could come back to P&Z and we do something else. I mean,
yeah, I will say I don't remember the implications, Brad, but yeah, there's impervious coverage has to do with TCEQ, as I recall. I don't know all the ins and outs, but not with the city drainage. So being over that 250 feet, you got to get an engineer involved. There's going to be, some additional costs. We ran into that with adding the pool and decking and stuff, and had to do some drainage mitigation. So I don't know if you've explored that yet, but that might wind up being an issue.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. Not concerned about the extra time or cost, but I'll investigate that for sure.
all right, I'm not hearing a motion from the commission, but we got to move it. We got to give guidance.
Somebody makes a motion and they vote no, it's rejected, right? And then they take whatever next steps.
Yeah.
I mean, Brad, unless you disagree, I mean, I feel like we tabled it last time, you're here again, I feel like, I mean, unless you don't want to, it feels like, we need to make, take a vote so you can figure out what to do next, but I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I prefer not to table it, actually.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay. Motion is on the table with a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, I'm gonna do a roll call. By way of seeing it, Tony,
Yes.
Mike, R,
Yes.
Mike Hall,
No.
Amy Rodnick.
Abstain.
Oh, Amy, you're killing me with this.
All right, then I'll vote no, because I don't know enough about it.
Okay, so that's a no. Commissioner Nash.
I vote aye.
Aye. Who am I missing?
You.
Me? Oh, I'm a no. Sorry, guys. It's late.
Is that 3-3?
And 3.
Tony, Michael, and Nash. 3-3. Oh, good gravy.
If I abstain, then it passes.
We can. I mean, an abstention to have a pass by abstention would be regrettable.
Well, I don't have the materials in front of me. I
Yeah,
can't access them online, so I don't feel I know enough about his personal situation to vote one way or the other. So I can change my vote to abstain and it will be 3-1-2.
You have to follow your heart, Amy.
My last meeting as chair, y'all are throwing this at me, huh?
I'm going to abstain. We love you anyway, Jordan.
Yeah. I mean, what are the rules for abstention, Megan? Does any reason, or I always thought abstention had to do with some sort of conflict of interest, but can you just
No,
abstain?
you can abstain for any reason, as I understand it, and not being well enough informed is a good one.
Megan?
I'm going to go with you on that one as far as if abstention is not for the purposes of a legal conflict of interest, my understanding is it counts as a no.
Well, then it counts as a no.
Okay. I almost made it out without controversy. All right. So our understanding is an abstention counts as a no. So we have 3 no's, 3 yeses. The motion does not carry. My 2 cents is see if we could come up with something with Board of Adjustment or through creative use of landscaping, and you are welcome to bring it back. You may get a different outcome with a different set, a different day. I'll be honest, guys, do we want to set a precedent of shopping for the right meeting with the right commissioners? That gives me more heartburn than a driveway pulling out onto Rollingwood, to be honest. So I would love to see some effort to solve this in another means. If that effort isn't there, I won't be, I'll still be on the commission. I won't be chair. It'll be up to the next chair to decide if they want to bring this back in front of the commission.
Is Jamil still on the commission?
Yeah, he hadn't resigned yet. I know he's pretty busy.
Well,
so.
Yeah, he would have been a no. I know that. So
Yeah, he doesn't care for these either, but he's not here today, so it doesn't matter.
I'll clarify for the record. I was just making a joke earlier about, waiting out commissioners. I agree with you, Jordan, that there should be some consistency and
Too late, Brian.
approach.
On the record. No, I mean, guys, I don't feel good about this. I am in a spot where I recognize that this is a particularly difficult house. We've got to work with our community to come up with a way that they can safely exfiltrate their house. I'm still if I'm convinced that there's no other way, this is the way, my vote switches, honestly. I feel like we went away, we came back and we got kind of the same thing. After denying a bunch of people with similar applications. So, you know what, I'm rehashing the conversation. Sorry, it's 10. Motion does not carry. We're gonna have to move on. We got a long way to go, y'all. We're not even, I'm bribing y'all with cookies. All right, 15. Review and discussion regarding section 2870 of the city's code of ordinances to direct staff and leads of council to draft the appropriate amendments. I'm not gonna lie, you guys, I don't even remember what this is about at this point. Staff, anybody want to clue us in on what this one was about? I gotta go back to my notes.
Carrie, help me out. This was asked by council to be reviewed by you all. I think in their review of some of the driveway.
Right, more than one curb cut. Okay.
Yeah. And so I don't think any action needs to be taken tonight. We wanted to present this to you as a homework and put this in front of you. And then if you guys put some thought to it, we could put it on the next agenda and we can receive direction. We didn't want to draft anything that, you know, you weren't going to recommend or approve. So if you just want to give this some thought, we'll put this on the next agenda.
So gents, this kind of comes, or commission, this goes back to the issue we faced on another property of, it seemed, you know, depending on an interpretation of the code, you could have 2 circle driveways on a corner unit, and that our code allows for up to 4 curb cuts. That was my interpretation of the code. The city council said, we got to clarify this code and make a recommendation to city council on if we're fine with up to 4 curb cuts, circle driveways everywhere. Let's do it. If we're fine with curb cuts that cut across corners, let's do it. So I think there's an opportunity here to have public discussion about what do we want curb cuts to look like in our neighborhood? What do we want to keep? What do we not want to keep? How many do we want to allow? How do we treat corner lots different from other lots? I mean, it's a great opportunity to ask the community, do you care if someone does I'll call it a quarter circle drive that goes from one corner to the other, like we've seen 2 examples of? If the community doesn't care, then we need to change our outlook on this stuff. We can. So great opportunity to seek that public input. We need to leak a rumor that we're not going to allow kids on their electronic vehicles. And that's how we get people here to talk about driveways. So that's all I got.
Clarify, the way the code stands now, you can have as many single curb cuts as you want. You can have 5 driveways on your property as long as they're not circle driveways.
There you go. Sweet. We got some interesting driveways in this town and they're all over the place. So if we want to clarify that from a zoning standpoint, it's a great opportunity to get public feedback. I think the best chance we're going to have is to do it on Zoom. So I would suggest we get it out there. If someone can come up with something controversial, we might get some people here to give their input. That's my best thoughts on it, y'all. I got nothing left in the gas tank.
So it'd be interesting to get Jamil's thoughts on this, just because I think he's good planning mind, obviously. I feel like it's my personal opinion that if we're going to do this for the purposes of, I mean, really we're dealing with new construction, we can deal with variance cases the way they came tonight, is that we should limit all properties to 2 total curb cuts. I mean, that should be big enough for everyone if they're planning a new house. And, you know, I don't know, it's just my personal opinion. I think 3 curb cuts, I mean, there may be extenuating circumstances like you're on a busy street like Rollingwood or whatever, but if it's new construction, you probably have other options and choices. And I think these lots aren't so big. I mean, 3 curb cuts, that's a lot of curb cuts for, you know, a normal lot here has what, 250 feet of total frontage, a corner maybe. So anyhow, that would be my one revision to this. I don't know if we have a right to do that, but
Yeah, we do. The city council is asking us for direction on it.
Is this language that's on the last page here, is this the existing language?
this is proposed, right?
No, this is the existing code.
Is there anything about width of curb cut, minimum, maximum, etc.?
I think there is, Carrie.
There are some details in the code regarding the approach. That it basically just says you've got to be 5 feet off the property line. Your curb has to match the existing curb. It's got to have a radius of X. So.
But you could build a 60-foot wide driveway.
Potentially.
Well, then we should clean that up, I think, and say that it's, you know, has to be no less than 14, no more than 20 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the dimensions all relate to, it's all in relation to the property line.
Mike, would you be willing to lead a quick subcommittee to come up with bullet points? You need to come up with a code, but bullet points to propose that we could then bring back to staff to come up with actual code?
Sure.
All right, would anyone like to join him? I'm looking at you, Tony. You're king.
I'd be happy to exchange some emails on that subject.
Okay.
On the condition that Brian's involved.
Brian, what say you?
I mean, I don't know that I'm the right person for the subcommittee.
You are.
I don't. I guess I don't see where I'm kind of reluctant to start creating new rules because we're worried that there might be problems someday. Because are there, other than like these corner lot curb cut situations that we've been dealing with, are we like, awash in curb cutting problems? I'm worried that we'd start creating rules just to create rules. That's my concern.
Okay. I think that's a pretty good standing to be on a pretty good voice to bring to a subcommittee. I'm serious about that. I mean,
well, I'll help, but I don't, if Michael and Tony are like, yeah, I mean, I'm always willing to help, you know that, except I can't be chair. I'm not capable of it.
oh, can we go back to that item and just vote Jamil in and make him say no?
Absolutely willing to do that for you.
All right, well, let's do this. For the sake of getting some content down in front of us, we've got a subcommittee of Commissioner Stein, Commissioner Rhodes, and Commissioner Nass as an alternate. And that's less than quorum. We encourage you all to throw down some bullet points about your thoughts, whether it's 2, 3, corner lots treated somehow differently, and come up with items we can get out there in front of the public, and we will work our best to do proper notice and get the word out to the Gentlemen's Club, the Rollingwood Women's Club, to get some thoughts on this. I think from a standpoint of our commission having guidance of the public, it'd be helpful, in my 2 cents, to get, if nobody cares about these curbs cutting across corners, then let's do it. I tend to agree with Mike that if the current option is to just create as many as wide and as big as you want, we might want to put some typical limits in the code that weren't contemplated. All right, Moving on, we got ourselves a committee then to discuss potential options. Sarah, do you want to, at 10:13 at night, 4 hours and 15 minutes after we started this meeting, introduce the idea of landscaping ordinances?
I can do it in a minute.
Okay, 1 minute. I appreciate it.
So this is just, I've talked to Carrie about a number of items that I've seen. This, if I've been walking through the neighborhood and I go, how come we have this, or why don't we have that? And she goes, I don't have the tools. We don't have a landscaping ordinance. And there are a number of things that I think we need to address in a landscaping ordinance, because we have so many changes going on in the community that landscaping is changing topography. It's, you know, they're adding walls that are considered retaining walls, but really are like a front yard fence that don't comply. We've got things going in the right of way. We don't have limits on that. We've got a lot of problems with silt and runoff going into the street, but we don't have a permit, so they don't find out that they need to put up silt fences. So just consider all of the things that could be included in a landscaping ordinance, and get some feedback from Carrie on the issues that she's seeing that she doesn't have the tools to address them with. And just ponder it, think about it, and come back next time perhaps and start discussing options.
Carrie, would you be open to a 15-minute PowerPoint on the issues you're facing, and just educate us a little bit, educate the commission a little bit on kind of stuff that you're running up against? I could see the silt fence being an issue when we did a lot of landscaping work, and I was surprised by the amount we did or did not have to do. So, Carrie, are you open to educating us a little bit at the next meeting?
Sure.
Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you, Sarah, for bringing this to our attention, and we'll get educated on it and then start the conversation.
Sure.
Y'all were at 17. Last one, future meeting dates and agenda items. This is our standing agenda item. Michael Hall, just know that if you ever have anything you want to bring in front of the commission, the general way it's been the past few years has been just let city staff know and they'll put it and we'll get it on the agenda to be discussed. And we ask every time if people have things they want to discuss at the next meeting. This is another opportunity as well to bring that up. And then scheduling, y'all, we have learned the hard way that we need to be having these meetings, especially if it's doable by Zoom. I don't know how much longer that's going to be in the state of Texas, but while we can do it, we're learning the hard way about that we need to do it. So let's stick to first Wednesday of the month, although that'll be at the prerogative of the next chair. So
on that
right.
point, I wanted to point out that I think I remember reading somewhere that if a chair steps down during a meeting and there's still a resident on the call who's not a part of the commission, specifically Jeff Izell, they automatically get appointed to the commission and to be the chair. He's still on.
I think he forgot.
Maybe he just didn't hang up.
Yeah, no, Tony, I think you're right about that. I think that's true.
Anyway, I was hoping he'd volunteer when he heard that, but clearly he just didn't hang up his phone.
Do we have an open spot? Amber, Carrie, anybody know? Ashley?
I'd be happy to create one for him.
Yep. So move. Right here.
All right. Thank you, Jordan. Really appreciate it. I'm very disappointed to see you exiting the chair, but we'll figure it out. We'll flounder and figure something out.
Minds of Rollingwood, though. So that really is what you should be disappointed about, that someone put me in charge of teeny boppers. All right. Well, motion adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Acclamation. Thank you guys for the long night. Really do appreciate it. Looking forward to next month.
You'll see me on my e-bike. You'll see me on my e-bike driving through Rollingwood in 10 minutes because I didn't judge the agenda properly.
Oh, man. Well, safe travels home.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.